Do you want to be a part of the Coco community? Sure, we all do. So join this free weekly live talk show to find out how easy it is to watch at home and learn about your color computer. At the CoCoNation, more than 9 million men and women have participated in the community without setting foot outside their homes. And now at home in your spare time, you can see what's happening, or even join the discussion. Choose from any one of these segments: panel intros, project updates, acquisitions, Coco Thoughts, featured interviews and events, the Game On Challenge, news, Ron's Garage, Coco commercials, show coverage, panel goodbyes, or you can join one of our extra shows. You can choose from the Game On Challenge Live or Coco Tech. Join the CoCoNation right now.
Click the link for the free information TJBChris spoke about. Then decide if you want to watch the CoCoNation Live Show, the world's leading live weekly talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer, its siblings, cousins, and red-headed stepchildren. Visit thecoconation.com. There is no obligation and no salesman will visit you. Visit thecoconation.com.
The CoCoNation show is an unscripted, live, and interactive broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own, and not necessarily those of the CoCoNation show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds are encouraged, and a sense of humor is recommended. Thank you for being a part of the CoCoNation.
Radio Shack? Okay.
What?
The 80s called.
Welcome to the CoCoNation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the CoCoNation Show, episode 351, where today we are going to, let's see, what's the title today? Deluxe Color Computer, Secrets Unveiled.
Dun, dun, dun.
And when I pushed this button, nothing happened. There we go. All right, let's see. We got a panel full today. Let's take a look and see who we got here. Starting in the upper left-hand corner, we got Rick Euland.
Well, I know no secrets, so let's move on.
Okay. Marco.
There, glad to be here as usual.
And yours truly, the button-pushing monkey. Next up, we got Mark Siegel.
Hello.
And next over, we got Ken Waters.
Woohoo! I made the top row.
Top row today. And let's see, character turn, line feed, we got Tim Lindner.
Tim Lindener. Hi, everybody.
Hi, Tim.
And L Curtis Boyle.
Welcome to the show, everyone. It's going to be an exciting one.
Okay, and Ron Delvo.
Anything can and will happen.
And considering you're sitting right next to Alan Murphy.
Howdy, howdy, everyone. Welcome to the show.
Everything will happen. All right, let's see. Grant Leedy.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the show.
Okay, and we got David Kroeker.
Hey, everyone. Great to be here today.
Okay, and Terry Steege.
Welcome, everybody.
Bob Emery.
Sort of.
Sort of. Nick Marentes.
Good day, everyone.
Okay, Frederick Sagard.
Hello, everyone.
And on the bottom row, we got Brian Weisler.
Hello, all.
All right,
Doug Maston
and-
says no right speaker. Anybody else?
Good on Zoom.
I have no problems.
Considering we're broadcasting in mono, that's a neat trick.
Have you turned it off and turned it back on again?
And last but not least, running on batteries, we got Henry Gernhard.
Hi, folks. Welcome to the CoCoNation. And today we're going to have some fun, apparently, with the Deluxe Coco, and I'm looking forward to it.
Hey.
Okay. And let's see, in the chat, scroll. We've got Coco Living, J.E. Jones, Kenny Nurture Things, Tricob 1974, Retro NG, Marco, Torsion Dittel. Is that how you pronounce that? What's that?
Torsten.
Torsten.
Torsten. Okay.
Torsten.
This is the part where I butcher everybody's name. Let's see. Sixy, Daddy Burrito, Julian Brown, Tom Eric Gunderson, Tim Franklin, Spenny 108, Daddy Burrito, Tim Franklin, Dave and Sharon Very. And let's see, we've got Chris Dries. My apologies. Let's see, Doug Maston. You know, I need to give this up.
We need the AI voice.
But you kind of
I think what Mark is saying is he's sending a personal request for all the people in the chat and on the panel. Please send a pronunciation of your name as an audio file and send them all up to Mark, and he'll have them all ready to play.
Or just spell them so I can read it.
Phonetically.
Phonetically, yeah.
Mark, you almost sing the songs when you hear the names. When you
Yep. It's
Yeah.
time for the dramatic reading of the chat.
Oh, God, here we go.
Tell you
And
what.
Brian Walsh has just joined us, and Sleepy Malibu as well in the chat.
Okay. Well, Sloopy's supposed to be here, so I don't know what he's doing over there.
Yeah, slacker.
All right. Well, first up, I think Brian Weisler.
There we go. Well, okay, so about a month or so ago, we shared with you now is it I always get it turned around. Is it Color Computer Deluxe or Deluxe Coco?
Deluxe Color Computer.
Deluxe Color Computer. Okay, I want to make sure I'm calling it right here. So I always kind of get it turned around a little bit. So we showed you the hardware that we had there, but we have something else that we want to share with you today, so that you maybe didn't think existed, like Santa Claus or the Fountain of Youth. So I'm going to switch screens right here, and fingers crossed, you guys will see something that maybe only just a couple people have seen. So let's see here. We'll start it out with this. Okay, everybody got their fingers crossed for me?
Green screen.
Green screen. Here we go. Let's see what happens here.
I've seen that. Ooh.
Ooh.
Look at that.
Somebody's got some ROMs.
I can make that on a ROM.
Well, yeah, you probably could. You probably could. So as it indicates on the screen there, it says, and I have to be a little careful here. The machine is, I got a little bit of a hardware issue, so it is kind of flaky. It wants to lock up on me periodically, so I have to be a little delicate fingers with it. But as you notice there, it says Advanced Color Basic, and then it has that earlier version there. This may not have been a final version, but this is the version that was on the ROMs on this Deluxe Color that I have here. And what's that?
And where did you get it from?
Yeah, from Bob Killigas, Robert Killigas there, from that collection that I picked up here earlier this, well, I guess it would have been fall of last year.
Yeah, the author of Skiing in Dino Wars and Scriptsit and a whole bunch of other things. So.
Correct. Yep, this was that system that was in there with the stuff there, because he did do a lot of early development with some games and other applications there that we're all aware of.
Hey Curtis, did you get my high score for Scriptsit?
No. I misread your original post about I did Scriptsit instead, so it's not quite the same.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry.
No worries. So
what's with the blinking cursor with no color on it?
Well, that's one of the things that whether that was by design or unsure. So it's just a blinking cursor there with it's just the black. It's not our multicolor there.
Well, I thought maybe you would say that there's all 256 colors there, but they're so fast it appears as black.
No. So we did dump the ROMs here a while back here, and one of the things that we've been working on in the background, and when I say we, referring to Alan, Tim, and Curtis, they've been working on disassembling these ROMs that I was able to read off, and then we've been looking at those and trying to look and see what features might have been in there, what new commands, and they can probably speak more fluently than I can on some of this. There is a handful of new commands that were in the ROMs, to take advantage of like the serial chip, the AY3 chip, and then some of the other features that are in here. So I'd like to show, before it locks up on me here, I'd like to show one thing here for you guys. So I'm just going to type a little program here real quick. It doesn't lock up on me. So we got print A. Let's go ahead and run it. And there it is. So I'm going to do something here. I'm going to say save test. Now there's nothing plugged into this thing here. Ooh, I got an okay. Let's do a dir. There it is. One of the features of this machine is that when it boots up, it sets up a RAM drive. And how big was the RAM? Did you guys
12
RAM
granules,
drive?
wasn't it, Tim?
Yes, 12 granules.
12 granules there. So there is a built-in RAM drive. When it boots up, it sets that up, and so that's one of the features.
Well, actually, it only does that if there's no disk controller in.
Yep, we'll get to that port there. Yep, that's correct. Yep.
Could I ask a simple question?
Sure.
So how many total granules would be on a floppy, and what size, like, is 12K or what size is
There's
that?
68 granules on a regular floppy. There's 12 granules on the RAMdisk drive because it basically uses the upper 32K.
So it's 32K that we're talking about?
A little
Yeah.
less.
A little less,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
By the way, try to hold your questions back because we don't know how long this machine's going to last running here. So.
I have to be kind of careful. If I tap it, I'm trying to break down what the issue is, but if I tap it, it'll like lock up on me here. And I don't know if it's coming through on what you guys can see there, but you can kind of see some little black sparklies floating around and stuff like that.
We see them.
Yeah.
Yep. So you can see that, and then also too periodically I get a black and white image, and then I also get this kind of I get this banding that kind of wants to go through it. It looks pretty bad. So I'm slowly working on it, trying to narrow down where the issue is. But
Brian, what's your capture setup right now?
what I'm using right now is the RGB to HDMI adapter.
Got it.
So what I did was I used the same setup that they use for a color computer too. But the way I did it was I took a 40-pin socket and took the ribbon cable and I soldered the wires directly to the pins of the socket. And then I popped out the VDD chip, dropped the 40-pin socket in, and then put the VD chip back on top of it. And then I'm video capturing that to HDMI.
So for those that don't know, the RGB to HDMI project, when connected to a Coco 2, taps in directly to the VDG's Luma and Chroma signals and digitizes them, produces a bitmap in its memory, and then shoves it out to HDMI.
Yeah, it works really good. I mean, I've enjoyed using it. So I'm going to type in another little command here that some of you are, maybe probably most of you are familiar with. Does anybody know what that one does? Curtis, you can't say anything. Probably most of you probably already know what this one does. So I'm going to do a shift 0. This also had a also had the T1 version of the VD chip is in this one as well.
Nice.
Lower.
So
I typed dir in lowercase.
Oh yeah.
Another feature of the advanced color basic is it will accept lowercase commands.
So these are real descenders? You haven't typed any descenders yet. Are these real descenders? Like G?
Oh, that's a good question.
So let me do a list of this program here. So there's a list of the program. Oh, I actually, what I really meant to type was I wanted to put, instead of print A, I wanted it to print B. But rather than typing the whole line over, how about I hold down the Alt key and I'll just arrow over to where I want.
And the Coco finally catches up to the C64.
So now let's go ahead and let's run our little program here. There we go. We still got a 0. Yeah, so it has with the Alt there and the arrow keys, you can actually arrow around on the screen there and make changes. So that was kind of a whoops. I typed the whole word run. There we go. So I'm trying to think here. What else, guys, can I show that's coming off of memory?
You can also edit a line number with the edit command, which is now a full screen editor too, I believe.
Yeah, if you type edit 10, it will clear the screen, list line 10, and then put the cursor at the beginning of the line.
So I still want to know, what's a lowercase g look like?
Or a Y.
So is it a real descender, like, YL, YA, some two letters, one with a descender and one without a descender?
The T1 VDG does use real descenders, and it shifted the rest of the font up.
Well, I would like to. I was trying to see that, but
hey,
Brian,
type
between regular letters.
Type the word play.
Nice.
Okay, so there are real descenders.
And that's just simply a feature of the T1, right?
Correct. It moves the 5x7 bitmap up 2 spots to make room for the descenders. which is why the semi-graphics modes, the text slices in the semi-graphics modes don't work the same on the T1 VDG as they do on the regular VDG.
Okay.
Is that where we have a black cursor?
No, I think that was just
maybe-
a style choice.
Yeah, I mean, the MC10 and the Dragon both have black blinking cursors too, so.
Everyone knows Disco's dead.
Tim, what was the Tim, when I was showing there, you were talking about using the edit command there. What could you repeat?
Yeah,
that
just
again?
edit 10, for example. That will clear the screen and put the line that you want to edit up at the top, and then you use your cursor keys to go through it, and there's other keys to insert and delete, etc. So
nice.
What was that, Mark?
This is a very early version. The final you did not have to hold down any key to go into the full screen edit mode.
Okay.
So the arrow keys would have just worked naturally.
Yep.
Yeah, because
that's something we'll like after we demonstrate the stuff we have in this version of Advanced Color Basic. There's a bit of a history of what happened afterwards that I want Mark to get into, like renaming the basic itself, and then some of the things like he just mentioned that changed.
Does it support longer variable names?
No.
No.
Still 2 characters. Okay.
Yeah, it's Color Basic extended further than just extended Color Basic. So, but it started as the same source files that were used for Color Basic and the Dragon. So, it has much of this. It shares a lot with those, but in this case, it's reorganized memory. So most of the addresses that you've seen in the Color Basic Unraveled, they don't matter anymore for this thing. But other parts of it are very recognizable. So we can get into that later on.
Does term work here?
Repeat.
There it is.
And you notice the cursor color has changed to indicate you're in the terminal.
Right. And I can't remember, did we figure out how to break out of this?
I thought it was control break.
Nope.
Alt break.
There we go. Alt break.
Yes, 60. The jump table is still there and actually has a lot more entries now.
Yeah, there's a second jump table at 8,000 now too. That's brand new. Which I'll get into a bit later.
No, James, it's not a load original ROM and patch it. This was completely reassembled from sources.
Yeah. And we should mention, and Mark, correct me if I'm wrong, but this actually was the last version of BASIC that Microsoft themselves worked on doing the updates. This was not microware involvement or anything else.
That is correct.
Mind you, microware was busy working on OS 9 for the Deluxe as well, which we've talked about before.
So as what Mark had me do there with the term, does it a terminal mode, and then what I think we determined you could probably either through an RS-232 or out the serial port.
No, it's through the RS-232 hardware and
built in.
Use there's some command in BASIC to set the UART mode.
Yes, yeah, we did find that one. I can't remember the syntax right offhand, but Tim.
Oh yeah,
was it Tim or Alan? I can't remember. One of you guys had you broke it all out where you can type the command with the series of commas there, and you can set the
yeah, Tim did that.
Okay, and you can set the baud and bit and all of that.
Yeah.
So if you use the keyboard right now, nothing will show.
Right, because it won't be echoed back from the host.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Basically, it's like having a built-in color compact or something like that right in the ROM that you can just go straight to the new RS-232 chip that's in the Deluxe.
And you can transmit and receive a file, but I don't know if that's in this version.
I have not verified if that's in this version yet. It may still be in there for file transmit, and it would probably go to the RAMdisk by default.
If we hit Control Alt Delete, will Mark Siegel's face come up?
There would have been somebody lynched for that, I'm sure.
ROM wasn't that big.
What sort of a protocol do you recall, Mark? What kind of protocol would use for the file transfer?
I do not remember.
Okay.
I would assume xmodem because the The direct modem pack did have xmodem built into its terminal program, so I would guess that would be the
deload was very close to xmodem already, so there was probably a lot of code just laying around that they could use pretty quick.
So one other thing I want to show real quick here, and Mark alluded to it, it doesn't work for both functions, but I at least want you guys to see the screen. Go ahead and turn it off here. Give me a second. Hopefully it cooperates here with me.
Why is the screen green if you're off?
Because of that's just the video capture.
Yeah, the RGB to HDMI defaults to that.
Okay. There we go. You guys see this?
Yep.
So if there's a disk controller that it can see, it asks you, do you want to go to basic or do you want to go to the disk drive? So that way it would not enable the RAM drive. So if you hit F1.
Oh, that's a little incorrect.
Okay, yeah, clarify, please.
The RAM drive is drive 4.
Oh, that's right. That's
always
right.
available.
Always available. That's right. Yes.
Yep. And for those wondering, the F2 for disk basically does the DOS command. So that's like booting OS 9 or Flex or whatever else you want it to do.
Right. So if you hit F2, it would spin up the drive looking for a disk in there. So you could boot right into OS 9. Is that the?
Yeah. Well, it basically does the same as a DOS command does on disk basic 1.1. So basically it looks on track 34, reads track 34. If the first 2 bytes are O and S, it assumes there's a DOS in and it'll start executing the third byte in.
Yeah. So I have an obvious question.
I doubt that.
Can I get this DOS from my Coco 2s?
No, but it should be possible to rewrite this basic for Coco 3. I haven't done it, but a Coco 3 with a multi-pack, a speech sound card, and a serial pack, the Deluxe RS-232 pack, would have all the features needed to run this basic if this basic were modified for
the new addresses.
For the new addresses. So that's an interesting project. I will put that up there as a opportunity for some motivated individual.
I also want to mention too, for those who haven't figured it out already by now, the advanced color basic in here combined with color basic, extended basic, and its internal partial disk basic means you have a total of 32K of ROM in here, same as the Coco 3.
No pictures.
Yeah,
no pictures.
How about words? Do they still have the, if you do a CLS 9, is it?
Tim, I'm trying to remember, does the screen phase shift have a basic command to enable it, or do we still have to poke something to try to get that to work?
Nothing I've found yet.
So,
and CLS 9 does do something different, but I believe it cold starts the computer.
Try it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And CLS 256 basically does nothing. Yeah, in FCR. Yeah, we think it's a bug that CLS 9 does a cold start.
Does it bring you back to just like if you would hit reset?
A little bit more.
It's more like
reset.
You powered it off and turned it back on again.
So you get the title and everything?
Yeah.
And any basic program you had in there is gone.
Yeah.
So that's why we think it's a bug. I mean, it's nice to have a way to force a cold reset, but I could see somebody just typing in a basic program, accidentally typing 9 instead of 8, and then they lose the entire program they've been typing in. I can't see that being.
Use your RAMdisk, kids.
Yes.
What do you know?
I'll initialize RAMdisk too.
Oh, okay, really evil.
So this is just your black and white thing suddenly showing up, right?
So one Microsoft Easter egg is in the advanced basic. It's the name Microsoft itself spelled backwards, called as a indirect from the sign table. And that was put in by Bill Gates himself, according to the sources, when he realized that he had sold BASIC to Commodore, but didn't have anything in the BASIC that would identify that Microsoft had actually written it. And so when Commodore came back for patches a bit later for a later version, he slipped in an Easter egg so that he could later prove that it was still Microsoft's code.
Yeah, there's a great article on pagestaple.com that goes through all that in fine detail.
And exactly how it works. And the entire thing is hidden in plain sight by changing one letter of a function call. Really pretty slick.
It's actually in the Commodore Basic version 2, as well as the AppleSoft Basic, and of course the Tandy.
Neat story. Go look it up.
That's all I really have that I could probably share. I do have a little video about a 1 minute video I can play real quick for everybody that might show something else that we've been kind of talking about a little bit there. Let me do this here. Let me.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised it's been stable this long.
I just have to tap a few things on the
It
board
wants
there
to
and
show off.
Well, it knows I'm watching.
right. Let's do this here. So let me switch back to here. Okay, and let's see, where's my share button at here? Share screen. And here we go. Okay. And
yeah, 6E, the Microsoft is reversed and the two upper bits are set so that it doesn't look like ASCII at all or PETSCII.
Oops, there we go. Okay, is that coming through there? You guys see the fuzzy screen? So I'm gonna go ahead and play this. So this is I recorded this morning, connected to a TV set, and I was just holding my cell phone here and recorded this video, and we'll see if we see how well it comes through here. So I was just powering it on and off a few times. So you see this kind of green with the blue banding?
Yep.
The blue banding is what we've been kind of talking about when we talk about this phase shifting. From time to time, when I get this thing, when it comes up to a blue-gray screen of sorts, kind of like the Commodore screen. And let's see, it does it a couple times here, but I haven't been able to get it this morning since it's been stable. Let's see here. I do.
Are you forcing something that isn't there, or is it something that
No,
in translation?
Let me back up just a second here. I wanted to see that one. That's the part I wanted to show you guys right after this next one here, right here. Boom! You see that blue right there? And then when it does want to do the blue, then it acts up this way, and I get this black and white screen that will come on here. There it is. You see it? Oh, then and then it does this. So it does it for just a moment, and then it disappears. So I don't know if it's something within some circuitry that's not right, but you can kind of see it there for just a little bit there.
Yeah,
I'm just kind of powering it on and off a few times here, but you can see how it's there just in the beginning, then it kind of disappears for a second. So I with that phase shifting, you hardware guys, with that phase shifting, would that be some hardware on the board that's doing that?
What are you using to display this?
This is just a TV set.
Yeah, it could be that.
That's an artifact banding that looks like to me. And I'd say you're losing your color burst somewhere.
But
I'm
we were thinking
it's the TV set, because I have that same issue with my Coco 3 on my one capture card. Does the same exact thing.
See, the reason we're talking about it though is that this actually had a controllable phase shift, so you could change the color of the text screen. There's actually a poke in the new control register that is supposed to set it to a blue background.
Well, and let me just take one step back there. What Sloopy was talking about. Yes, what you guys are seeing is the video capture device. When I was recording this morning, this was just on my TV set plugged into the RF there on channel 4.
But the thing is, that's still a video capture device. It's just with a local display, and we're calling it a television, but it's not a TV.
Yeah,
So-
that's
okay.
Yeah, what you're seeing on that screen is what I'm talking about. It's
okay.
What I see with a video capture device with both the Coco 1, 2, and 3 on the RF. Every once in a while, I'll get color on the Coco 3, but for the most part, that's what it looks like. And I've actually seen that in 2 different captures and on a inexpensive TV.
But Mark, wasn't there and this is what Curtis and I were talking about, and we were talking about in our chat there. Was there supposed to be an option like that to have a different screen that was supposed to be easier to look at or something like that? Or how'd you word it, Curtis?
Yeah, it's supposed to be a blue background. I've looked at the documentation or the email stuff going back between Mark Hawkins and Mark Siegel from doing the Deluxe CoCoFEST, and that is something you can actually control with a poke. Supposedly, you can shift it so it's not a green screen; it's a blue screen.
Okay.
Mark, do you remember if that was supposed to have a basic command to enable that, or was it going to be like the Coco 3 where you have to hold down a key when you boot or something? Or
No, I think you're going to have to poke it, but I think it was going to be built into OS 9.
yeah, it definitely was. I've got the drivers for that, but Boise managed to get to Microware.
So this feature, is it just to control the red-blue artifacting, or is there some other reason for it?
It was just a part of the design.
To increase the number of colors?
It was not necessarily to increase the number of colors. It was to give it sort of a different palette.
Okay. More options.
More options.
Deluxe.
In fact, I think we were probably going to have that as the default for OS 9 screen, so you knew you got to see something in OS 9 that you didn't see in the standard basic.
Yeah. From looking at the OS 9 documentation, I do remember Mark Hawkins had mentioned that the kernel track, like the part that puts OS 9 boot on the screen, was going to stay in green, but once OS 9 loaded, it would switch over to the blue. So that was the plan at the time.
So is that essentially like the Coco 3 holding the F1 key during power up? It chooses the phase.
Well, it's a poke in that new control register they added, basically that controls the phase shift. It's a single bit, you said.
Yes, I believe that it was the same idea, except on the Coco 3 it was done in hardware inside the gimme, but here it's being done by changing a pin on the VDG.
It was supposed to be easier to read than the standard black on green, or actually dark green on light green is what the VDG is technically doing.
Yeah, also that how you're getting that banding of green and blue, I would get that also on my capture, my RF capture device too.
So the
And,
fancy.
yeah, it's not a cheap RF. It wasn't a cheap device. It was, let's see, it's a Hauppauge WEND TV HVR 1950.
So what you're saying, Sloopy, is that what we just saw in that video capture, Brian's, is probably more of a misadjusted VDG TV combination rather than the new feature?
I would say that's more likely an issue with the TV itself as opposed to anything pertaining to the computer.
Right, and any kind of tricky analog phase shifting isn't going to come through on a cheap LCD TV. You're almost going to need an analog monitor to see what it's really doing.
Do you remember how I used to stream my games directly from the machine and it would be black and white? That was the same thing. That would be my Coco 2 or my Coco 3 being captured through the Hauppauge WEND TV.
I want to mention 60 in the chat here mentions too. He said blue is actually kind of interesting, is that's a 90-degree shift, not 180 degrees, which would be more magenta, which is what the Coco 3 is doing. Like if you hold down F1, when you power it up, the text goes purple, but that shifts your artifacting colors, red to blue, blue to red.
Yeah, I think it's a big issue with the TV trying to sync to the signal. But
so for us to actually test this and try to get the actual phase shift that was designed into it, we should be trying to do it on an actual analog TV then.
Yeah, an actual analog
tube
CRT.
Yeah.
Mark
Nobody
Siegel.
thought there'd be a flat screen LCD TV when we designed this thing.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Especially trying to do NTSC because aptly named.
Well, what other thoughts do you have, Mark? On what we're looking at, and any comments about at the time?
Well, I'm waiting to hear the 3-voice sound before we get into some of that.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah, that's what I was just going to
okay.
say there. We do have some more stuff we want to demo, but it's more than what I can do through here. So I don't know if Tim or Alan, did you guys have something that you guys had set up to demo? So they've so maybe I should let Tim explain here. Tim has been working on getting this set up in MAME, and Alan also has it in MAME.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah,
Alan-
take it away, Tim, because you're kind of the one who instigated all
Oh,
that. So
I wanted to know if Alan wanted to demo anything.
I can try. Let's see here.
you want to split screen them there, Mark?
Yep, as soon as I can find them. Oh.
Okay, is the
I was
screen
going
share
for the
coming
button,
through?
but now it moved on me.
That looks pretty.
So this is a custom compiled version of MAME. There are changes that Tim has been putting together in MAME to get the Deluxe that was already there much closer now that the actual hardware and the ROMs are available to look at. It is successfully emulating. So I'm gonna hit F1 for basic. And I get my little guy there. And I have a disk image attached. And I wrote this a while back to test on the Deluxe that was in MAME for the past couple of years. It looks just like a Coco 2, but it did have the sound chip and things mapped in. So I wrote this to test on that. And then now that we're getting the actual machine to look through, as MAME gets closer and closer to recreating the machine itself, this was, for me, it was neat to kind of see whether what I had thought would work actually did. So I'm gonna give it a shot. So did any sound come through?
Yes, we heard that.
Awesome. Okay, so what this code is the same basic thing that would work on, say, the Speech Sound Pack or the Coco PSG, but pointed to the memory address of the AY3 chip on the Deluxe motherboard. That code is posted in the Discord in a couple of different channels, depending on the cards that that had that chip. But the advanced basic, one of the things I was interested in was whether it had new commands or if it did the same kind of AY3 sound adaptation that the NEC PC6000 computers in Japan did. So those NEC computers had a VDG chip, they had a Z80 processor, and they had an AY3. And Microsoft Basic was ported to those machines and was called N60 Basic. And what I found very interesting when I started messing with those was that N60 Basic took the sound command and disabled the sound that you're used to, where you type a tone and a duration. And instead, sound became which register of the sound chip did you want to modify, comma, the value to modify it with. So sound programmed the AY3, and then the play statement in N60 Basic would play whatever you had set, what are your tones through whatever you had set up there. But it would also play 3 of them together in the same play statement. So you could say play on channel 1 this, channel 2 that, and channel 3 this, and it would play all 3 of them together. And that's in the game that I'm porting from the NEC machine over to the Coco. So I wanted to know if Advanced Basic did that, and it does not. So N60 Basic looks like maybe they just did what the quickest thing that they could. And then when the Advanced Basic project came around, Microsoft's like, well, let's see what else we can come up with. And so what they came up with, from what I can tell so far, is 3 new commands. They have a command called tone, a command called noise, and a command called env. So tone and noise, I kind of figured out a little bit. I'm going to demo that here. env takes 5 numeric values separated by commas, and I don't know what values go in what order and where they land yet. But for example, let's play with the tone command here. You put the tone, the channel number you want the tone to come out of, and then the frequency divider, which is a number from 0 to 4095. So I'm going to do 2048 right in the middle. And I want this to come out in volume 15, which is the highest amount of amplitude that this is going to generate. So you kind of get so it's not.
Hey, can you shut the tone off, because we can't really hear you over the tone?
That's particularly evil.
Okay. So 60, it's not an ADSR envelope. The AY3 chip has a programmable envelope system that you set 4 bits. And yeah, and there is some sort of order, but the 4 numbers that it takes are all in the range of 0 to 65,535. And so I can't tell which one goes where yet without actually looking at how it gets poked into the chip by the ROM. But if I do that same tone again, I'm going to do another one along with it. So. Ah! Ooh, neat.
Okay.
That's 160 years, so that's one.
You need to balance your props out there.
That's fantastic.
Oh, he's got noise too. Look out. Yeah, gentle noise.
Can you make the new trade sound?
Anyway, so that's basically what we know so far, or at least what I know so far about the new basic commands for dealing with the AY3 chip that's in the advanced.
And one thing you notice, these basic commands, once you type them in, the sound runs continuously in the background without the CPU having to have anything to do with it. So if you wanted to write a basic game with full-blown sound effects and have the CPU basically dedicated for whatever graphics, etc. you're doing, then there you go.
Right.
But you do have to turn it off, or else you'll have.
Yeah, it plays until you shut it off.
Well, yeah, you'll need the crash out shutdown program for sure.
And your CPU is completely not busy playing with the sound once it's kicked it off.
So
yeah, because right now, if you've written a game in BASIC with sound or play commands, you'll notice that everything on the screen stops until it's done playing. Not on the Deluxe.
And you still have your DAC sound if you want it.
That's what I was going to ask.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can still do sound samples as well as the tone. Sorry, go ahead, Dallin.
The 1-bit sound and the 6-bit DAC sound are also still there. So, I mean, Dungeons of Daggerath will play on this just fine. You'll hear the heartbeat and everything, but you could actually add AY3 music and have that go as well.
So they kept the backwards compatibility with the original 1 and 2?
Yeah. As far as I can tell, yes. It is so far, everything's there, other than if you are using specific addresses of things in ROM.
Yeah.
Very few of those addresses were preserved. So
the final version actually went and recompiled all that, so it did use all the same stuff, so it ran all the cartridges.
Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, the one that we've been looking at, everything lands in different places in memory, except for some jump tables and things.
Yeah, and also there's empty spots throughout the ROM as you go, so it looks like this is reserved for future use. This is reserved for future use, which might be to help the compiling that Mark was mentioning and getting it more backwards compatible. Because this I wouldn't even consider this a beta. This is more like an alpha.
No, I wouldn't even consider this an alpha.
So there was a question from the chat about, can the sound speech cart be modified for this? It uses the same sound chip as the programmable sound generator in the sound speech cart, but the sound speech cart is wired up according to the General Instruments reference design, which puts the sound chip behind a PIC controller. And that PIC controller is in between you and commanding the sound chip. So you have to go through that. So the difference between that and the way the Deluxe works is that the Deluxe has memory mapped the AY3 directly into the memory where you can access the registers straight away. You don't have to go through the intermediate PIC processor. So to modify the speech sound pack, you would basically have to rebuild it and reattach things to the bus differently. And it would break about half of the commands that work in the speech sound pack.
Yeah, all the PSG commands.
So would you guys say that in a year from now, the Color Computer 3 is going to look or sound or be a little bit different than it is today?
No, the Color Computer 3 will always be that. But hopefully there'll be a MAME driver that people can try out the Deluxe Color Computer.
So we're not going to mess with the Coco 3's ROMs.
Well, you can take these kinds of features, how they're implemented in Advanced Basic, and re-implement them on the Coco 3 with with the addresses of, say, the Coco PSG sound card. And then you would be able to use this basic and the Coco PSG sound card together on a Coco 3 as a set of patches. So you would basically load and run something first, and then that would make advanced features available in Super Extended Basic. And then you pick which sound card you want it to go to. The Coco PSG is pretty easy to map in. Now then there's sample code on the Discord for that. You could get it to work over the speech sound pack as long as what you're trying to do isn't going to go. It doesn't require you to change the sound very quickly because there's a lot of delay with going through that PIC processor. Or if you have a Philharmonic 12 or the Symphony 12, those use the same sound chip as the Deluxe as well. So you could, if you
it just has 4 of them.
Huh?
It just has.
And the
Mark wants to say something.
Microsoft would not let us use the Deluxe Basic as the root for the Coco 3. We had to use the original Basic.
It's going to say there was a fork there. So the Advanced Basic stuff is going off one way, but the Coco 3 had to go off another way because it couldn't.
Well, no, we wanted to use that, but Microsoft said no because they didn't get as much money off of the Basic as they were supposed to because we killed the Deluxe Color Computer. Had that the Coco 3 would have looked very different if the Deluxe had made it to marketplace.
Gotcha.
Wow. So is there a full write-up on the story of the Deluxe and what happened to it and why it didn't get to market?
Not that I'm aware of.
There's some of the history of that is in Boise's book on the history of the color computer from doing interviews back in the day. There's a bit of the history there, but.
And you guys spent some time on a previous episode too. Did you spend a little time talking about it?
Yeah, somewhat. Like shortage of VDGs was part of it, especially with the T1 variant coming out. And
oh, right. Yeah, that's right. I remember that mentioned then. Motorola was wrapping down the VDG production, and so being able to get them was like getting hen's teeth.
Yeah, that's when Tandy decided to do the gimme where they had control over it.
Are VDGs made today?
No, they're on Obtanium.
So isn't that like the salt chip?
Exactly like the salt chip.
Yeah.
Which is why you've got, I think there's at least 2, possibly 3 VDG replacement projects happening. I know that Kieran's doing one of them. I can't remember who's doing the other.
Yeah, Brennan's doing the Coco VGA, which is another one.
You can still get the 47 on eBay sometimes, but they're getting few and far.
They're either used or new old stock type thing. They're not being manufactured.
So
you can run the same risk you do with any of those used chips, which is to say, make sure you got your acetone and isopropyl because it might not be a VDG.
So is the SAM chip the same?
Yes.
Yes.
In fact, if you'd like me to go over some of the hardware that I've discovered from Brian's machine, I could talk about that now.
Sure. And there's also some more extended or more advanced basic stuff to talk about too, which Tim has been going through and documenting. Go for it, Tim.
I will do my thingy. Okay, so I'm sharing my emulated Deluxe Coco. So the first major feature of the Deluxe Coco is its sort of interesting RAM mapping. The 16K from, let's see if I get my numbers right. Let's see, the first 16K is from 0 to is it 4,000, then 4,000 to 8,000? Yeah. The 16K from 4,000 to 8,000 can be changed to see any of the four 64K banks.
16K banks.
16K banks, that's right. So that allows you to view into high memory and still have your low memory globals and still have your 32K of ROM. And that's pretty much how it does the RAMdisk. It looks at it 16K at a time. Again, the PSG is mapped in there, the control register and the data register, as you'd expect. That's pretty much the extent of it that I've learned so far, is the 16K window that's been implemented. And it allows it to do all the fun stuff. I did want to show some more. Does anybody have any questions about the hardware?
Have you figured out everything on that special control register now in MAME, or is there still, like, I think the phase shift you don't have in there yet, obviously, because we haven't seen what it's supposed to look like. But
well, based on Robert's notes, yes, everything but the phase shift. Oh, yeah, it also has, and I wanted to ask Mark about this. It has a 60 hertz timer. It has there's an additional 60 hertz interrupt, and I didn't understand why it was needed, because the Coco already had a 60 hertz interrupt. I was wondering if Mark remembered anything about that.
Part of the way I did checking to see if there was a drive, a floppy attached, is I basically use the interrupt to see if the controller is present. That's how it knows whether you plugged in a controller or not, or whether it uses the RAM drive as default. So that may be part of that.
You know, I did see that during the boot up sequence, the new Coco ROM will issue an interrupt to the floppy disk controller. And if it's there, that will produce an NMI. And if it's not there, it won't. And so, yes, I did see that in the ROM, and that's how it detects the floppy disk controller.
I was thinking, like, I don't know, like, where, if anybody or Tim, if you figured out where that second 60 hertz is being sourced from.
Oh yeah, yeah, I don't have good enough pictures. There's too many chips in the way to trace that signal.
Because, I mean, it could be used that you want 160 hertz to say to control the background sound for changing notes or shutting tones off on an interrupt, but you still want a separate one for doing your screen or something that might not be totally in sync or something. So maybe that's two interrupt sources, kind of like the gimme timers are. I don't know. That's speculating.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Definitely a long time ago, and it's interesting to see it and discover it. So no worries whatsoever. I wanted to show off some new basic features that I discovered. The first one being time. Oh wait, I have to click on the window. There's a new command called time, and it's very close to timer, except it's 3 bytes rather than 2 bytes. So it doesn't roll over until much later.
Like 16,777,216.
Yeah.
And there should be a time string also.
Yep. I saw the time string. And it returns it as hours, minutes, seconds, which is interesting.
Maybe that's what the second 60 hertz timer is used for. Is
Well, in advanced color basic, this is all keyed off of the new 60 hertz interrupt rather than the VDG interrupt. So yes, it's actually being used.
So does it have a means by which to set the system time?
No.
Will that give time?
So what is this, since boot or something?
You can't do time string equals something?
No, you can do timer equals 0. Oops.
Right.
You should be able to do time string and give it the string and
And have your own start time. Then it would be a clock.
Ooh, that worked. Thank you, Mark. I need to add that to the
read it. Print it and see if it print it and see if it took.
Oh yeah, print
see if
print
it's
that bad boy.
12 in some seconds.
Yep.
You have a clock,
we go.
sir.
Yeah, that worked. Because what I did is I originally went time equals, and I got a syntax error when I did that. So yeah, I didn't even attempt to assign the string. Oh, that's interesting.
So we kind of
So
have a
it's a
real-time
relative
clock
time
now.
clock.
It's software
Yeah.
based, but it's there.
It's a relative time
And
clock.
it counts
yeah.
from it counts from when you turn it on.
well, I
Yes.
really didn't like the timer function. I thought that really needed real time so you could time routines and such.
Minutes
you
and
can-
seconds, yes.
You can put a 24-hour time in this, and would it roll over at the right time of day? Probably.
But you can try it, Tim. Just set the time to 23, 59, 58
Oh, yeah,
and
here
see
we
what
go.
happens.
Yeah.
It's not like it's going to check with an NTP server.
No, I'll just believe you. 23.
They're going to wait the whole minute?
Oh
Takes me
man,
that
now we
long.
gotta talk a minute.
You can just go up and edit that and just change it, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Use the Alt
On-screen
key,
edit
Tim.
of a real-time
Use the Alt
variable.
key.
I like that.
So isn't this really nice?
It is.
Yes, it is. You can arrow up and hit enter after that. There you go.
There you go. Here.
Boom.
Oh, not quite yet.
Uh-oh. We're
One more
close.
time.
We're close.
Yeah,
Yep.
It's a 24-hour
There you go.
timer.
It's the next
That is
morning.
awesome. That is absolutely awesome.
But see, now you could use Rick Euland's NIC card there and go out over to the internet and pull in time from a real time clock server. Could you not?
Oh, throw it into time string and you're done.
Another nice feature of using this is you can link it up with ADOS, which does save the time of create or date and time, or maybe it's just date of creation, I guess.
Unfortunately, this routine is wrong. This is the not fixed one because there is no such thing as 0 o'clock.
Yes, there is.
What should it say?
Nope.
Mark?
Yeah, it should be 12, whatever, right?
No, 24 hours there is a 0 o'clock. Because there is no o'clock. It's just 0
It goes from 0000000.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's 23, 59, 59.
59.
0 it because 59, 59, it goes over to 0 23, 59, 59, 0 0 0 0 0 0.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
If I don't remember whether this did AM and PM also, but
Who wants to use that?
I would guess not. Yeah, that would be something to test, but I bet, yeah, it goes from 1259 to 1300.
I'm glad to see I'm not the only one with problems with MAME's keyboard mapping.
Yeah.
Just so.
I don't do it. I don't do it often enough. I got shift 2 down, but that's it. So advanced color basic added while and WEND.
Really?
I really like.
Yes.
So
Advanced
you could
color
make
basic.
it print in one spot.
Oh, you mean like with
Like print that. Yeah, you can.
all right.
As if I know anything.
Oh, just come bump some stuff in and yeah.
That's actually weird. The first time you do CLS on the computer, it will it'll go
Remember.
black, but the second and the subsequent times go through.
this is a very early version.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I wonder if that extra 60
know-
hertz interrupt.
Do you know if this machine will take a poke? You know,
Well,
a high-speed poke?
Let's
Yes,
go
it
to-
actually has a special control for that too.
Oh yeah, but Nick, what was your question?
I was just saying, I wonder if the extra 60 hertz interrupt is coming off the sound chip itself. Does
Well,
the
the sound
AY
chip, the AY chip does need a clock.
So
yes.
I'm wondering if it's got a built-in timer already or some sort of external 60 hertz.
It's a metronome.
Well, the AY chip
don't think
needs
so.
a clock sent to it, so it does not have an internal clock. But you could be right. The clock that's being sent to the AY could also be what's driving this new interrupt.
Right.
So another thing I wanted just to display, you can't really do anything with it because it's not hooked up to anything. But not number -3 will go to the new UART.
Cool.
That's in there. There's an interesting command called input string, which takes a device number and a string count. And what it
Is all this stuff going to mess up the Subetha software guy?
Yeah, he's got a whole couple more years of stuff to do
Doesn't he?
now.
Oh, gee.
It appears I have that syntax wrong. And finally, the last thing I wanted to show off right now was, of course, we know it has and or, logical and Boolean functions. They also added exclusive or, which is just a nice little feature to complete out the Boolean functions.
Right.
So that's all I had to show.
Yep, and now I will mention that we're still continuing disassembling the ROMs. Unfortunately, several of us gotten busy, so it's kind of slowed down recently. But hopefully, we'll get fully back into it here. There is. Sorry.
There are more functions in there too.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
we're
there
only
are.
showing the ones we've fully documented at this point. We do know there's more in there as well.
Did they mess
but
with
I-
random at all?
No,
I haven't looked into that to be sure.
I took a quick look, and it doesn't look like it has.
Like for instance, there's a couple extra, you know, when you do a for next loop, there's a couple extra bytes in there of code in the next processing. Like why would you need to change next processing? But there's something new added to that I haven't discovered yet. Thanks, Alan.
Yeah, and there's definitely a few other basic commands I've seen where there's a little check for some sort of flag byte that's not in the regular basic that it does, and it'll skip through and do something slightly different. So that's also in there as well. I will mention too the ROM tables at the beginning, like Discon and Joyin and Polecat and stuff for reading the keyboard and stuff like that. There's a whole new table starting at 8,000, which has a whole bunch of entries, which I've only figured out a couple of them. The two that I figured out are for the RS-232, the 6551 chip. Basically, there's a certain call you can do to initialize it, basically to reset the chip and then set up the buffer. It has a 128 byte receive buffer for the RS-232. And there's one call you can make to read a byte off of the RS-232, and it does one of two things. If there's already a buffer with some characters in it that the person hasn't processed in their basic program, it'll grab the next byte out of the buffer, send it to you, and then move the buffer, you know, basically to eliminate that character as being part of it. But if you don't have anything yet on the buffer, it'll patiently wait for the RS-232 to receive a character first, and then you get that immediately. So you have both a buffered IO on the RS-232 pack, and you can also read single byte characters as they come in. So that's been added in there too. And then there's a separate call for doing a write to the RS-232, another Polecat style, like extended indirect call.
And of
There's
course, the
another indirect-
RS-232 is connected to the interrupt. So every time a new byte comes in, the color basic or advanced color basic will vector to a read routine.
Yeah. So it'll buffer all this in the background while your basic program is doing other things too, which would be really cool for writing, you know, RS-232 based games or something like that. There's a couple other branch tables I've seen, like one of the vectors, I think the 8,000 one in particular, jumps to a branch table that's 3 long branch entries. So I haven't quite figured out what those are doing specifically. or what the entry parameter is for it to do it, if it just does an offset based on that. But there's a few branch tables near the beginning as well. But there's quite a few of these things, and I haven't had a chance to figure everything out yet. Just mostly R32 stuff so far.
Yeah, one of the goals, I know it's going to be, depending on these guys here to work on this stuff. One of the goals is that we're going to try to have, or they're going to try to have it all disassembled by CoCoFEST.
We'll try.
We'll try.
Once my work dies down, which it will before CoCoFEST, then I'm hoping to just go hellbent for leather on it. So.
And so yeah, we're hoping to be able to demo more down the road here.
Oh, one I should mention actually that Tim actually discovered and we kind of figured out is the new joystick button handler. First of all, the Deluxe supports 2-button joysticks. Just in case you didn't know, that was carried over to the Coco 3. But generally, what you currently have in the button command on the Coco 3, or if you use the peaks in the Coco 1 and 2, is basically all you can tell is the button down or up. That's it. The new what is the command, Tim? It's S-trig, which is like shot trigger, I guess we're kind of guessing. I don't know if Mark remembers, but basically what it does is it changes the routine so you can actually check to see if a button's held down for rapid fire, for example, or do you want it to be where you have to keep pressing the button to fire? And that's now handled in BASIC. You don't have to do any weird programming yourself to get around that. You can just tell the game, I want the person to have to press and release the button every time to fire, or I want them to just hold it down for rapid fire, and now BASIC will handle both methods.
Yeah, if you think about the way BASIC works, if you want to support firing with the button command, you have to check the button often, very, very often, and that's at the expense of game logic and game drawing. What they've added to Color Basic is a way for the BASIC to cache the button state on a 60 hertz interrupt. And so you will not miss any button presses, even on a joystick button. It's kind of it's implemented very, very nicely.
Yeah. And for those of you familiar with OSN Level 2 and the SS Mouse command, that's even extended further, but it has a lot of those same things, like how, has the button been held down, or has the button been released and now we're counting it as a separate click type thing. And of course, like I mentioned before, it supports both buttons on both joysticks. You have 4 different buttons to read.
I just really wish we could understand what S-trig stands for.
Shot trigger, I guess, or I don't know.
Obviously, this is a very alpha version of the software, so all these things could have been renamed by the time it was finalized.
Now, Mark, I did want you to talk a bit, because you mentioned to me privately, like, first of all, the Deluxe that we have seen, the ones that Boise has and the one that Brian has, are basically designed around the original Coco 1 full-size case. Now, you've told me that the actual final version that was, right when it got canceled, it was actually shrunk down to fit into a Coco 2 case. And also the fact that the ROMs were much more finished, like you'd gotten further on it as far as, what you've seen on the alpha, beta, whatever we want to call this version here.
Well, I actually had a final version of the product, what we call a pre-pro, which is a hand-built final version for FCC testing and several other things. But it was in a Coco 2 case, had a very strange badge on it that said Deluxe Color Computer. It did not have the 3 color slashes on it. It was a pretty nice little machine.
You're making me sad, Mark.
Having it not come to market.
Now, you guys also renamed the BASIC. It wasn't called Advanced Color Basic in the final version.
It was called Deluxe Color Basic.
And
I think there was some notes in the Color Computer 2 Basic manual that pointed you to the Deluxe edition.
Yes.
But
there were several, yes.
So I mean, the final machine was completely compatible with the Color Computer 2. If you didn't know it didn't have additional features other than the look of the keyboard, you'd think it was a Color Computer 2.
Wow.
So would the final release would have been deluxe color computer with a number at the end being 1.0 because it was the first?
No, just deluxe color computer.
I think he's talking about on
revisions?
power on during the
On
the masthead.
Oh yeah, just so it has said version 1.0.
1.0.
Yeah, deluxe color basic.
Yeah.
Now I'm trying to remember the timeline. Like when was the deluxe supposed to have been released? If it had come to market.
I think we lost Mark.
Oh,
no.
Oh, his video froze up for a bit, and I think he just dropped.
Oh, that's I had more questions for him.
I guess we're moving on.
But anyway, yeah, we're still working on it. There's a lot of assembly to continue on, and as we've mentioned, we definitely don't have the final version. There's definitely some blank spots in the middle between routines, so they'd spread some stuff out to make room for stuff. A lot of the routines have been moved around. So if you tried to make direct ROM calls without using the extended indirect official calls, almost 100% of the time they would fail. Because a lot of stuff moved around, even in color basic and extended basic stuff moved around. So
Curtis, would you guys have toward the end or toward the show when you're done, would there be a memory map, showing maybe the difference between?
Well, we already basically have the
two?
memory map. There's basically a block of 16 addresses from FF30 to FF3F that is all the new hardware. The new control register, the sound chip, the R32 chip is all in this one little block. And that's on the notes that Bob Kilgus had with the deluxe.
Now, as far as the color basic or the advanced color basic memory map, we haven't figured it all out. We know that it pushed the graphic screen up another 256 bytes for 256 more low memory globals. But what they contain exactly is still up in the air.
Yeah, I think some of it, from what I looked through, was for the RAM drive stuff to basically add that fourth drive in its tables.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's at least a block of addresses I found in the 90 range that is for the R32 pack specifically, and its receive buffer controls.
Yeah. And the full screen editor requires every time that it prints a line number to the screen, it has to record what line number it is, and it uses a separate buffer table to do that.
Would DriveWire have a problem with all the drives listed?
This would not be compatible with DriveWire.
No, I would think it wouldn't.
Then you have the 16K banked areas, right? For the RAM drive or other purposes?
Yeah, the upper memory being banked into the lower memory. During normal basic processing, that's not happening, but it can happen when you do a dir or some file IO.
Interesting.
Well, there was a lot of thought put into this thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, Microsoft worked on the advanced later deluxe color basic and added a ton of stuff. And then OS9 people, I've seen some of the emails, or not emails, but messages going back and forth between Mark Siegel and Mark Hawkins of Microware, because Mark Hawkins was kind of the guy in charge of the deluxe color computer stuff. And there's a ton of extra stuff added there. Basic 09 had additional support for the AY sound chip, all three voices of it.
Wait, now he's one of the three.
Yes.
So
he's one of the guys that did the Coco 3. He also did the original Coco 1 ones. They actually had made, because the R32 pack was getting designed at the same time, so they were making a new version of OS9 level 1 that would support the third, the extra R32 pack for regular Coco 1s and 2s, and had a version also for the internal one for the deluxe Coco. So they're kind of doing both of those simultaneously, which is why I was going to ask Mark about the timeline stuff here, trying to figure out exactly when it would have been released. Was it planned for like the late summer, early fall release in time for school in '84, or was it meant more for a Christmas thing? Like, I don't know how far along they'd gotten by the end there. Most of the correspondence I've seen ends around May of '84. So
does Mark maybe need an email so he can get back on?
No, he's coming in. He's coming back.
I have a hard out right now, guys. I will see you later.
Bye, Tim.
Okay, see you, Tim.
Thanks for being
Mark,
here.
you're back.
Yes, I'm back.
You did a good job.
What happens?
Right.
But basically, the question I was asking you right when you got disconnected, what was the official timeline as to when the Deluxe was supposed to be released to the public if it had gone through to to market?
It was supposed to be released for that Christmas, and I forget what year that was.
84. Okay, I wasn't sure if you guys were shooting for the educational market to try to get it out, by August, September, because most correspondence I've seen ended about May, June.
It was basically in the same production run as the Christmas run of the Color Computer 2. Everything was going to have the new VDG in it, but Motorola couldn't supply enough of them, so we had to make a decision.
Well, here's a question for you too. Was the new computer going to be made here in the United States or overseas?
It was going to be made in the same factory as the Coco 2s were being made, and I don't remember which factory that was.
Okay, but given no parts, made the 2, not the Deluxe.
The Deluxe and the 2 were going to be made in the same factory.
At the same time, yeah.
They're just 2 different lines. I mean, they're fairly close.
Yeah, especially the last version you were mentioning, the one you actually had on your desk as one of the final test, prototypes or whatever you want to call it, that actually was shrunk down to fit into the Coco 2 case. I mean, even the casing would have been roughly the same. The back would have been a bit different for the cutouts for the ports, but.
I mean, yeah. The only difference would have been the board and the cutouts and the keyboard. So the same lines could have built both of them.
So where does this Coco 4 thing come in with the big box on top of a Coco 2?
It's not a real thing.
No.
It's the internet.
Is it?
Well, there is a case made, but it was kind of just I guess a mock-up by somebody.
There was never going to be a Coco 4 because Motorola would not have. We asked them for a faster 6809. They wouldn't do it. And by that point in time, Intel was giving us better costing on processors and such. So
it
go ahead.
I was going to say, so it kind of came down to you aren't going to knock the legs out from under the Coco 2 that's selling to release the Coco Deluxe. And as a result, the Coco Deluxe never happened.
Well, no. Here was what was the big meeting said, well, Motorola can only give us X amount of these new VDGs. So we can put them all in Coco 2s, and we know we can sell every one of those.
Exactly.
A percentage of them in Deluxes, and we don't know whether that's going to sell. I told them, I'm sure it's going to sell, but they weren't going to take a chance.
Yeah, because it would have been slightly more expensive. I think you mentioned it was going to be around $50 more than a Coco 2.
More.
Yeah,
it's too bad.
To me, it was a bargain.
Yeah, honestly, adding a sound chip, the better keyboard, the better basic ROMs, the sound chip, RS-32. Yeah, that would have been. I would have paid $50 for it without even thinking about it.
Well, and one of the other things that you guys talked about in the previous interview is that to maintain backwards compatibility, some of these features in the Deluxe would have carried over into the Color Computer.
Coco 3. Yeah,
well, the Color Computer 3.
Well, of course, because they would have owned
it at that point. So.
Right, but you would have owned the code then after releasing the Deluxe, right? And so you could have used that code in the future. Oh.
No, we still would have had Microsoft issues. Microsoft.
Oh, okay.
The negotiations with Microsoft on this and the Coco 3 were very tough to do. Gates wanted to move on, but what can I tell you?
What did he consider Coco a like little peas? Get away from me, boy.
No, it was really stranger than that. By the time the Coco 3 showed up, Gates was trying to buy Microware because he got to see what a Coco 3 with OS 9 level 2 looked like, and when he saw that, and when he saw his own Windows he was just kind of flabbergasted.
Well, that's kind of cool to hear. I've never heard that.
That's cool.
Yeah, I have heard that story before from a couple people, including Mark.
So so he turned around and tried to buy microware the next day.
Yeah, and Ken Clapland refused.
Yep.
I should mention, I have no idea when or even officially if this is going to happen, but apparently Ken Kaplan's opening up to the idea of doing an interview again. So might have to have Mark back on to help him kind of remember some of those things too from all the negotiations between OSI level 1, level 2, etc.
But Microsoft, Gates was a-hole when it came to a lot of this stuff. So
yeah, I think he probably wanted like a certain market size before he'd even consider it that late on in Microsoft's, because by that time they were selling so much software.
Right.
well, when we were negotiating the Deluxe, he was still a small company, and you could get him to do a whole lot more than he was willing to do by Coco 3 time frame.
Yeah. Plus, he was pretty well out of 8-bit by that time, I think, as well.
I don't know what he was doing with some of the other companies, but we had bigger sales than most of whatever else he was selling, so he did pay attention to us for a while until IBM showed up.
Was there any influence with the Tandy 1000 line and you guys? I mean, was there tensions or anything? Or
no, it was real simple. Gates said, "Look, you'll either do this my way, or you won't get any more licenses for MS-DOS." So we had to kind of do what he wanted.
Yeah, I'm sure people can tell you about some of the disagreements between Microsoft and say Apple for doing stuff too. That's rather infamous. Gates was a hard-edged negotiator for contracts that definitely almost always came out in his favor.
But I did a lot of the negotiations directly on this stuff with Gates. So all these features and all were my specification for what I wanted to add. And we went back and forth on stuff, and he threw out a couple of things and added a couple of things. So I really like this computer. I was really put out when we decided not to do it.
Now, who made the ultimate decision that obviously you, Mark, wanted to come out? Like high up the chain did it go where they said no, we're not gonna do it?
Went up to the very top. Roach.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if it'd be a little bit lower, like Shirley or somebody, but
no, you're not calling him a Roach. That was his name, right?
Yeah, John Roach.
His name.
Okay.
John Roach and Bernie Appelmaker.
Okay.
Yeah, it's too bad, but it's really cool to at least get, even though it's not the final hardware, the final software, but being able to see a good chunk of what was designed and what was going to be added actually has been pretty fascinating. I know I was supposed to be working on my EOU release here, and I actually dropped it for a couple of weeks and was just working on the Deluxe ROMs here, and then now I've got busy with work, so I'm not doing anything Coco related until I get caught up. But it's pretty exciting.
This unit exists because they were all called back and destroyed, including my pre-pro. So,
well, that's the next question I was going to ask you. Did you get any photographs of any of this stuff that you have yourself or something, or do you know somebody that has photographs of the stuff?
Those were days where we had film cameras, so
right. Not wasting any film on this thing.
Well, that's why I said photographs, because I'm thinking the same thing. Back in the day, I had my Yashica that I used,
Yeah. No, didn't have any pictures of anything, or even all the documentation on it had to be destroyed as part of the contracts.
Really? Yeah.
And that's part of like trade secrets and stuff like that, I'd imagine, being the reasoning.
Do you think these guys are doing a good job of going backwards from the chips?
Yeah, I mean, as I say, it's bringing back memories, but there's a lot of stuff that I remember it doing that they haven't showed up on yet. But
we got a lot of ROM to still disassemble. Plus, we're not sure how far advanced our ROM is compared to the final too. So,
I mean, anything with that many digits back was very, very early.
Oh, I got something else to ask you. Was there any other peripherals that you had considered at the time that never made it?
I know one.
Other than the disk drive without the ROMs in it, I can't think of anything. I think I was hoping we'd bring the hard drive controller to fruition at the same time, but
well, you guys did release a hard drive adapter that was based on those big, TRS-80 drives, but it was a bit slow, and it also was pretty expensive. So most of us went and got Birkenberks and stuff instead. But the one thing I do remember that Microware, when they pulled out the original Coco 3 prototype, one other thing they found, there was a couple of those network cards that were designed for the Coco with custom ROMs in them.
Yeah.
And they were trying to figure those out, and I'm pretty sure you guys were directly involved with that too.
Yeah, that was that ArcNet project.
Yeah.
I remember it was very strange to use TV twin lead instead of coax, which was, I thought, a nice, handy touch.
Yeah, I didn't really like ArcNet that much.
Right.
Were you in Tandy Towers at that time?
Was what?
Were you in the Tandy Towers at that time?
Yeah, from the time I went to work for them, I was in the tower. I started in Tower 2 in R&D and moved over to Radio Shack, which was Tower 1.
Now, did you ride in the car that took you to the?
No, I had a parking spot in the building.
Oh, you were one of the echelon, huh?
He did it properly.
No, getting a parking spot in the building was a big deal.
Yeah, I would assume so.
Yeah,
you wouldn't want to be caught carrying any stuff, out in the open, to your home or somewhere, or to another building, or.
Yeah, there'd be a lot of NDAs. Sorry, Brian, you were saying something?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, it is fortunate, that Robert had this machine, and like you were saying, Mark, these were supposed to be returned, and it'd be kind of interesting to see what the story was as to why this didn't get returned. Or I know there's a lot of correspondence that I have. He had a lot of folders, and there's an awful lot of correspondence between Robert and Van Chandler.
Yeah. Robert and Van Chandler had a special relationship, so I was really almost never involved with anything that was to deal with Robert. I wasn't even aware he got a Coco, a Deluxe Coco. They were on allocation. I made the decision, but at that point, Van Chandler was VP of merchandising, so he could do whatever he wanted. So I guess he pulled it aside and handed it over.
So if you weren't aware, almost nobody was aware that this Coco had been dispersed.
If I didn't know, nobody would have asked him for the machine back.
Yeah, because the only other Deluxes we know of that are out in the wild right now, the one that Boise currently owns, were actually from ex-Tandy employees, which kind of explains, one of them might have just taken one home, especially if they helped develop it hardware-wise or whatever. But it looks like Robert's a bit of an outlier as to, they kind of bypassed you as to him receiving one, so he probably didn't even know he's supposed to send it back. I'm glad he didn't, honestly, but...
Was there a landfill next to the towers?
No, there was a big furnace that this guy burned in.
Not unlike our old intro. a
I'm trying to
dumpster.
remember, Mark, if you remember the figure, there was so many deluxe motherboards I think were actually manufactured before the cancellation happened. I don't think the cases and stuff were made, but do you remember what that figure was? Like, it was a fair number, wasn't it?
No, I don't. Yeah, we did. We did have motherboards that they didn't put chips on, obviously, and we had lots of keyboards which got sold off. Even though we knew we were going to use it on something, we also knew that they had a very short shelf life before they would rust out internally, and we couldn't use them, so they decided to go ahead and sell them off.
Yeah, and a few of us actually bought those keyboards because Tandy at the time was selling Atari keyboards and TI-90 keyboards as well as the Deluxe keyboard.
And they still work.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, one of the other things I'm doing too is that this system does have some different chips, unlike that's in the regular CoCo. Like there's a buffer chip, there's a programmable logic chip, and I've been slowly trying to acquire some of those chips, just in case maybe maybe swap something out or whatever. So I've been slowly gathering those, and I even picked up some of the ROMs that were that's on this daughter ROM board that's in there. These are the smaller 8K ROMs. So I've been picking up some of those there. That goes on the daughter board that's in this system. So let me pull it out of there. But you guys would have seen this. So it has this little header right here that plugs into the system board, but then this sets in there like this it plugs in, and then this just sets there, and it has those are the 4 ROMs that we pulled.
Yeah.
Yeah. So each of those chips are 8K ROMs. The final version would have been a 32K single ROM.
One ROM plugged in instead.
Right,
So
and in
that was a
development
testing
work,
device, right?
well, I mean, in development work, it's a lot easier to do one small ROM than one big ROM. So if you've just changed a little bit, you don't want to rewrite the whole 32K and redo it.
Yeah, cheaper too.
Well, back then,
You do your little piece, plug it in.
ROM was expensive, so.
Right.
Yeah, especially at 32K
And it took a
ROM.
long time to change. And you didn't want to keep reburning and reburning and reburning this expensive EEPROM. So
now another question for you, Mark. Like we know that the Coco 2 manuals did have a few references to the Deluxe computer left in from when it was still planned on being sold. How far did Radio Shack and Tandy get on producing documentation like manuals for the Deluxe? So was that actually written up already, or was that not quite there yet?
Everything was completely done, ready to go to production.
Ah, that sucks.
You're just waiting for the green light.
Yeah, I mean, if they hadn't made that decision a week later, they would have been in production making them, including all the boxes and everything with all the, as I say, it was a complete package, ready to go.
Do you think
and I guess there's a landfill out,
but
there is a landfill outside of Fort Worth with a bunch of Tandy manuals in it.
And I was going to ask too, like I know in discussion of the Coco 3 history, when the Coco 3 got canceled, Kevin Darling had mentioned that even the Tandy old guard that was involved with Coco, including yourself, got blindsided by that decision. It was something you didn't have much warning of. Did that same thing happen with the Deluxe? Like, did you not find out until the very last minute yourself that it was getting canceled? Or did you have that full week ahead before?
They called us up into a meeting in the board of directors room to let us know what the decision was. I didn't even know that was an issue.
Do you think that they knew exactly how many color computers were sold over all those years? Because in a business, you have to know how things are selling in order to continue, right?
I guarantee you Bernie Appel could tell you the number of every product Radio Shack ever sold, how many of them was. That was how good Bernie Appel was.
And we had this many screws left over at the end.
I mean, that was what this guy was about.
Dude, you got a few screws loose, Bernie Lapel. Exactly 3.
Now he's
Yes.
passed on, has he?
Huh? Yeah.
Has he passed on?
Everybody's gone.
That sucks.
Did he have any
They
kind
were
of?
a lot older than me, and I'm already in my 70s. So.
Did he didn't have anything like Steve Bjork that got sold off with folders or?
No.
Might have been a long time ago if there was.
Well, how long has he been gone?
Who?
This
Bernie?
guy we were talking about. Yeah.
Oh, he's been gone 5 or 6 years at least.
Now, I do have one other question that's kind of related to what Ron's talking about. I do know when Tandy itself shut down that they had a big auction of a lot of the stuff that was still in the Tandy towers, and there was talk that there might be like, financial records and all kinds of stuff like that. Do you have any clue what happened to all that stuff?
Nope, I don't have any clue of all the legal documents and all that stuff. I know it was normal for any contract that was basically voided that everything had to be burned.
Oh, okay.
Right.
With burning all the records and all the pieces and everything, nobody could come back and say, well, I own this or I own that. It doesn't exist anymore.
Right. You can't subpoena what you don't own anymore, right?
So that would include any of the ROMs and stuff that we were all worried about in the past.
Yeah,
Right.
everything's gone.
Wasn't that a big issue, a few years ago about, emulators and ROMs and worried
Still
about.
is a big issue, especially if you're
Why
doing
would it
something,
be?
say, by Nintendo.
Right. This is why you get rid of things, so you
You can still get your ass suit off.
Yeah.
But stuff does wind up out. It's amazing to me that any Deluxe anything exists because it was not supposed to.
Yeah, it's actually funny because of the This Week in Retro podcast actually had a bit of a discussion topic on their show yesterday about the fact that pirates these days are almost the good guys. Because a lot of software, and I guess it applies to hardware as well, if the rules have been strictly followed, would be gone because there's copy protection, they're copyrighted, nobody would make copies. And then once the company goes out of business or the person that instigated the company and the software died, it's just gone. And they're kind of like going back and it's a bit of a retro fitting the history there. But now we've actually been able to preserve a lot of this stuff because of pirates or people that didn't return beta versions of boards or upgrades, stuff that the history is still being somewhat preserved. There is still some stuff that's lost forever from the sounds of it, including stuff on the Coco. But
there was a discussion at some point that the Deluxe would have a cob on it, so that would have made it more difficult for people to get ROM code off of it.
What did
on
you
the final
call it?
version, you mean, right? Because of the development version, you wouldn't want to be doing all that kind of stuff at the same time.
But I'm just saying the chip on board, like we did on all the thing, was going to be something that was discussed for future versions of the Deluxe. So there would have been no ROM that you could even see.
Okay.
It would be encrypted or something, or what are you saying?
On board. The ROM would be directly put on the board with a bunch of pookie on top of it.
Right.
A little black blob.
Yeah, like a
Like
new
some of your ROM
calculator.
cards did.
Right.
Yeah, there's a keyboard, there's a blob, and there's a display, and you can't tell anything about anything because the blob is all.
Yeah, some of the Coco 3 cartridges actually have that. There's no chip, there's no socket. It's just a little black blob.
Everything moved. Everything was moving to cobs. So
Okay, go ahead.
A full version of MAME that emulates the Deluxe.
Yeah, that's what Tim's working on. Like we said, there's a few things we still have to finish, like how that phase shift thing works. We have to get the actual hardware running long enough so we can see exactly what that looks like to know how to properly emulate it. I think that's interrupt timer. I think he's got it mostly working, though we're still trying to figure out, are the old ones still being used off the VSync, off the VDG going through the PIAs as well. So there's still a few things to figure out, but it's pretty close, I think, to running fully functionally. And we do plan on making that publicly available so people can fiddle around with it. Plus, we're documenting the basic commands, the new extended indirect ROM calls, and that kind of stuff too as we go through the ROMs. So
Now,
hopefully we'll be sharing it. If somebody wants to recreate a Deluxe nowadays, like we're doing with Coco 1, 2, and 3 boards and Dragon 32s and 64s, that's definitely going to be doable, I think.
Yeah, I was,
Did you
I
have
was
any
about to
com-
ask if anybody taken on that project yet. Not that I'm willing to right now, but
Oh, come on, you can do it.
Well, no, the next thing needs to be the Deluxe Color Computer 3.
There we go.
Ooh. Otherwise
We
known as
don't
a
know
3
that
plus
yet.
3B, maybe even a 4, depending how far it goes. So.
Mark, did you guys have any conversations with the Dragon at all, or did you ever look to see how they're, because
They were
they had,
pretty much out of business by the time
okay,
there was anything meaningful.
well, I thought maybe you'd be interested in how they made the the serial ports on the motherboard or whatever, how that worked with their, because they have the same Motorola chipsets, right, in there.
I know, but the Deluxe Color Computer has all that.
Right, but I was wondering if you needed to look at what they already did.
No, they wouldn't have.
No, they wouldn't.
If anything, they'd have been more interested in what we did to make theirs look more like ours. So.
Oh, okay. Well, see, I don't know the timeline thing, So, did you ever? Were you ever aware of it at the time? I mean, did you?
Yeah, I was aware of. There were a lot of clone Cocos popping up all over the place at the time.
Yeah, like some of the ones we've seen from Brazil, the sample that came out of, I think, Korea or something. Or...
There was a Mexican one. I even think there was an African one at some point. And of course, there was the Russian one with the Russian video, the CCAM.
Yeah,
So
and the French one had CCAM too, if I remember.
The Dragon had the 200 later, which it didn't really make it, or what? The 200, or was it?
The Dragon 200 was just basically a rebranding when the Spanish company took it over, from what I understand. Kieran can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but
I was thinking that it had actually advanced a little bit before it
no,
ended.
the Dragon Professional, the Dragon Beta did. They added MMUs, they added double speed CPUs, they added in up to 768K of RAM, built-in disk drives, and a bunch of other things, but those never made it to market.
Okay, so I wondered if the the Deluxe Coco was, what the difference between the two was. Was it still ahead of what even that was?
I think the Deluxe Coco would have been ahead of anything that was being done over in the UK at that point. And I don't know what their timeline for their 6809 with their MMU was. I would think it would have been after the Coco 3, but I don't know. Because certainly Microware didn't know anything about machines like that. So
the MMU is what handles.
Yeah, just going through the
right?
comments of Chat 60 and Tom Eric Anderson, who actually are from there and actually know what happened with the Dragon. So basically, yeah, the Dragon 200 is a Dragon 64, the rebranding, basically when it was sold by the Spanish company. 60 said the Professional was a Dragon 64 with built-in drives, an AY chip, and maybe some other stuff. The Beta was a 768K plus twin CPUs. I forgot about that. The graphics were controlled by second 6809 and was a completely different beast that was basically going to run OS 9 level 2 only.
In what time frame?
60, if you know, please let us know. I think I'm guessing. I'm trying to remember the boot screen because they had the same thing as the Deluxe did, where they had the you can hit a key to boot to basic, hit a key to boot, the DOS. And I think the dates on that screen, they did use the P Mode 4 graphic screen for that instead of the text screen, but I think it was 85. Can't remember. It was going to be like a professional machine, though. It was not going to be like a buy for home. It was going to be thousands of dollars, I'm sure.
Well, I mean, 85 is when we started the Coco 3, so.
Yeah, and you guys, I mean, if if the Deluxe had happened, I'm guessing the Coco 3 would have probably been a year later than it was because you would have been busy selling the Deluxe with, the built-in sound chip. And
I'm not sure what would have happened because Motorola was viewing putting RMS into a Deluxe. But that wasn't going to work out, so I'm not sure what would have happened.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll keep you guys posted. We're still, like I said, going through this something wrongs, documenting the basic commands and exactly how they work. There's definitely a few commands we have not figured out exactly what they do yet or how they work. I've only got maybe 3 of 16 different ROM calls documented enough to actually release anything. So we'll keep working on that. But eventually you guys will be able to get this all in MAME and try it out for yourself. You can write some programs for the Deluxe as if you had one and see what it runs like. As Tim mentioned, there's definitely a way you could patch the Coco 3 basic or at least load in a replacement 32K ROM. Now, if we do that, you're probably going to be disabling a lot of the Coco 3 functions because that basic's already full because of Coco 3 basic for all the extended graphics modes and everything else that's in there. But we could basically make it almost like a hardware emulator of a Deluxe if you have a multi-pack and an RS-32 pack and a speech sound pack that you could fiddle with the advanced color basic and actually make it run on a Coco 3 as a Deluxe with all of its features basically intact. So that's something that Tim's kind of been bouncing around, but we're quite a ways off from getting that even thought of until we figure out the ROMs.
Nick will want to move all his software onto something with the sound chip.
Right. Yeah. Get ready, Nick.
Mark, did you ever consider that down the road after Coco 3 that there might have been like a 68K, 68,000 chip in a...
There was not going to be any more Motorola anything because Motorola wasn't willing to keep up with the times.
Right.
I mean, Motorola had an option to put out processors that were equivalent to 486s and Pentiums and all that, but they decided to get out of the business. So, and quite frankly, with what we have today with Core Intel products and ARM products, they would have never been able to keep up.
Yeah, they were falling behind. Like even when the 68,000, which was ahead of the X86 at the time of its initial release, by the time the 68,040 and the 8486 kind of happened, I think that's the last time that Motorola could be considered to be ahead, and they just kept falling further and further behind after that. So,
right.
Yeah, I mean,
which is why Apple switched from power, 68,000 chips to PowerPC.
And even that power PCs couldn't keep up. So,
yeah, well, they kept up for a while. I think what really got Intel going again was AMD's competition because they were beating them with their own game. When the Athlon and stuff came out, that was more advanced than Intel's because Intel had been kind of sleeping at the wheel for a while because they kind of had the market to themselves. And then,
well, that's also you got the whole Itanium thing that happened with Intel, and that was going to be their solution. They've been wanting to get rid of x86 for a long time. And so when AMD came out with a desktop chip that was 64-bit and worked well, Intel's like, oh crap.
Yeah, because now you got all the backwards compatibility, which the Titanium would not have had. It would have been emulated.
That on the wrong horse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, even Motorola had the RISC. What was it? The 88,000 RISC chip that they were trying to do is kind of a replacement for the 68,000s as well, and then that kind of died too.
Yeah,
I think it was 88,000.
Motorola had all their DSPs that couldn't keep up either. So, I mean, they just really screwed up.
Yeah.
But I don't know why their management thought the way they did. The fact that they weren't willing to go build a faster 6809 just made no sense to me.
Yeah, especially considering they subcontracted Hitachi, which did make it faster when it was officially rated for 3 megahertz. Came out in October of '85. But as we talked to you about that before too, where you said you couldn't trust Hitachi to manufacture enough.
They could have gotten probably another generation out of telecomputers if they'd given us a 4 megahertz 6809. But
Right. Well, it's just like the 68040. It was faster clock for clock, but they just couldn't make the clock faster. It made an excellent heater, but it just couldn't go fast enough.
Let me brew my coffee while I perform this Mandelbrot set calculation. I turn the microprocessor. I don't need a heatsink. I'm making coffee.
The only way you can make it go faster is to reduce the size of the die, and I guess they didn't want to spend the money
Well, they could have done what they would do when Hitachi did, would just make it CMOS and make it micro-coated instead of the hard wired like the original 6809s
Well,
are.
and the smaller die. Yeah, the die sizes.
So they didn't have an
what
R&D.
AMD does and have somebody else make
That's all they had to do with the 6809. Well, except the 6809 was hand drawn. They would have actually had to go back and make one by machine. I guess they didn't want to do that.
Yeah, and Hitachi did.
Yeah,
right.
That just doesn't make sense to me either. I should mention, Sixie took a look at the history of the 768K OS9 Level 2 Dragon, and he said that was actually started in development in 1984, and Dragon data went under not long after that. So I'm not sure when in 84, early, middle, end, or
They had certainly not contacted Microware.
yeah, I don't know how far. Like I know some people have gotten some stuff running on it since because they've actually started to recreate those boards as well. But I know they had to do a bit of fiddling to get it to work, kind of like what you're doing with the Deluxe.
Would you say that Microware had a big part in making Coco 3, what it was at the time? I mean, because without it, what would you have?
Well, I mean, the fact that they had level 2 kind of drove the design of the Coco 3. Otherwise, we would have done something else.
And plus, you got them to do the updates to the ROM, the basic ROMs too, because Microsoft refused.
It didn't start out that way, but well,
they did it for you.
I won't get into Microsoft. They're a whole separate problem.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. So the Coco 3 was actually built towards level 2 OS 9.
Yes,
Okay,
that's
excellent.
why we did. That's why we went with level 1, or so we could eventually move the next generation to a level 2 machine.
Excellent.
Did you were you in contact with other parts of Radio Shack at the time, or Tandy? And did they admire some of the stuff you guys were doing, or was there any kind of? Do you guys ever get together and talk? Sorry, I was talking. What?
What other parts of Radio Shack? I mean, I work for corporate.
They didn't first.
Well, what I'm saying is, at the same time, wasn't there a Tandy 1200 being made that was from?
Oh, Mark was involved with all of those, weren't you?
AST.
There wasn't any machine at Radio Shack that Radio Shack ever sold that I did not have some involvement with.
Oh, so you would just have to ask yourself if you're doing well. You were the guy.
It was a very, very strange company. They allowed me to do whatever I wanted as long as I kept making them money. I didn't have to answer to anybody for anything.
Wow. What a job.
I never understood why a company would allow any employee to go negotiate or do whatever he wanted and just, but I always made them money. I never had any product that lost money. And I think of all the products, there were only 2 of them that I had to cancel. One of those was Bjork's, and normally at any given time I had 60 projects going on at one time, so I was pretty busy.
Yeah, I'd say. Thanks for what you've done.
Tandy Electronics were building computers, but I was also working with all the outside vendors, like Sound
AST.
Blaster guys and all those products went through me. So
Creative Labs.
Yep.
Yeah. Anyway, expect more follow-ups from us in the future as we get more of the ROMs going. We're going to get the MAME stuff out for people so they can start trying it themselves too. I'll let Tim kind of decide because he's the one who's working on the main MAME stuff. So I won't speak on his behalf as to when that's happening. But shouldn't be too far away, I don't think. And we'll keep documenting stuff.
Once he's done with that, is XROR going to have all those features in it?
Now that Kieran's aware of all this, it might. Plus, he's got a bit of a head start too because XOR is designed to run the Dragon 64, and the Dragon 64 also has a 6551 chip built into it. So we just got to basically readdress it, and that's ready to go. So
Mark,
it's basically just adding the UI.
What is your home experience there? Do you use emulators? You don't have any hardware at all, Coco wise?
No, the hardware I've got's packed away.
But you do have it.
The thing is, I've got a garage full of boxes of computers. In my entire career, there isn't a year that went by that I didn't buy at least 3 or 4 machines, and I still have all of them. So I've got 40 years of 3 or 4 machines.
60 projects at a time, right?
Do you want a section of our show? Mark Siegel's garage.
So you didn't keep prototypes and stuff. You actually went and bought the commercial versions. That's the ones you kept.
Yeah. No, I never bought a prototype. Those were company property. I always went out and bought a brand new one. But it wasn't just Tandy product. I bought IBMs. I bought everything.
Okay. Mark, I got to ask this. Did you in fact acquire or purchase a Tandy 10?
No.
Okay.
Even Mark didn't get one of those.
At that point, I was working for Programming International in Los Angeles, getting stuff like the TI-99 prototype, which I can tell you is the slowest machine that ever existed.
Oh, gee. Did you have anything to do with the Sensation?
Yes. I designed, I did the design on the Sensation.
You know the MMS-10 that there was a video I just watched of it because I just recently, that's going to be one of my things I'm going to show that I got today, yesterday, a couple days ago. But the MMS-10 is, an amplifier system with a little bit of a bass, speaker at the bottom. Did you have anything to do with that too, or?
That white thing with the, that was one of my things I was responsible for.
Okay, because they said it was designed
as a product. I did the original spec on the MPC. So
okay,
because Brian's just holding one there.
Yeah, I got one. Sitting right here. Well, I was wondering if it was made for the Sensation.
Yeah, there was all sorts of crap went through.
Now I have a question from Tommy Eric Gunderson in the chat here for Mark. He said when Dragon Data was up for sale, they were in talks with Tandy about a buyout. Do you remember anything about that, or would that have been more of an Intertan thing?
It would have been an Intertan thing, but I don't believe that ever happened.
Okay.
Because that would have had to gone through John Roach, and I would have heard about it directly. So, because no color computer anything went on after I got there that I wasn't involved in.
Okay. Now we've already gone 2 hours on this, and we still have the whole rest of the show to do yet, including a presentation from the Winnipeg meetup. So I think we'll tie it up for now. We'll definitely be doing follow-up episodes. Don't worry about that. We'll also be releasing the code for MAME for you who want to try fiddling around with it, and we'll get the documentation done for the basic and stuff too as far as we can. So definitely expect a follow-up. We'll hopefully have Mark back for that too. And if I can get this Ken Kaplan interview lined up, I want to talk to him about the Deluxe OS 9 level 1 that they were working on, which I've seen some copies of and some documentation for as well, because there's more to add to the story there as well. So thank you very much, Mark, for coming on and sharing your memories of helping create the Deluxe and then what happened to it, unfortunately. But I'm
We're
glad that we
honored to
actually.
have you.
I'm really glad that one of the prototypes with some of the ROM stuff added to it, because I don't think Boise's had the extended ROMs. I think he's just got standard extended basic ROMs in his. So I'm really glad that even if it's an early prototype of the basic there, at least we got to kind of see where you guys were going with the Deluxe.
Yep. And so, as we've been talking about the machine that we've been playing with here, it will be at CoCoFEST. So if you want to come and see it, it'll be there
in person. Yep.
Hey, Curtis.
Yep.
There was one further question from Chris Duries about, did Roland build the, was it the M10?
Oh, the sound thing?
Yeah.
MS10.
Some other company? MS10? Okay.
Does
You
look
remember,
like
Mark?
a Roland product.
What's the question?
Did Roland, Chris Duries asked, did Roland build the MS10 or was it some other company?
No, that was that came out of China.
Are you talking about the sound device that I mentioned, or is this something else?
Yeah,
That's
the
a-
MMS
The amplifier.
It's
Yeah, it looks a
MMS.
bit like a Roland product, but just a Chinese jobber.
Yeah,
The
no,
MMS 10.
we didn't do any business with Roland.
Okay, we're ready for commercial.
Yeah, and then we're going to come back, and we've got Project Upways Acquisitions. We've got the Game On Challenge. What do you guys want to do next?
Start a commercial.
Well, after the commercial, I mean, just where are we coming back to? I got to make sure, like, if we're going to talk about the winning.
Hey, Amy. Hey, Taylor. We're watching the CoCoNation show. Yeah, we are. Woo! You should too.
Hello, everyone. It's your good buddy, your good pal, Amigo Aaron, joined by that dastardly The Brent from ARG Presents.
You're watching CoCoNation.
I feel like that should have been longer.
The CoCoNation show would like to thank the following patrons: Alex Gayer, Brendan Donahue, Brian Walsh, Brian Weisler, Karen Askham, Coconut Bob, Daddy Burrito, David Ladd, Derek Smithson, Diego BF109, Don Barber, Eric Canales, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Wabke, Grant Leedy, Henry Strickland, Justin Larson, Ken Reichard, Kevin Holloway, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, R. Allen Murphy, Retro Tech Time, Rob Binman, Rocky Hill, Steve Batson, TJBChris, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom S., and William A. Thing. Thank you so much, patrons.
Welcome to everybody's favorite segment, Who's New to Discord?
CC4 Space Prague says, my name, Charlie. I have several Coco 3s, a number of cartridges and disk software, some 720K and one 360K drive with controllers only used occasionally. Now as I have a Super IDE and a Coco SDC, also have a Coco DAC and Mini MP. Have had a Coco 3 since 1990, never had a Coco 2. I primarily use Nitro OS 9 but often RS-DOS. Captain Kirchhoff says, hi, my name is Ken W. I ran Coco starting with the Coco 2, later upgraded to Coco 3, that grew into multi-pack with disk controller, serial cart, and third-party 80-column terminal cartridge. By that point, I was mostly running OS 9 level 2. Then I went to the dark side, 80286 and an expensive path of PC clones leading to the present day. Decades later, I'm designing 68XX SBC PCBs and recently acquired an MC10 which I'm hacking. Steve says, my name's Steve. I had a Spectrum and C64 in the 80s. Was interested in the Dragon 32, but never got to try one. Started to rekindle my interest when the Spectrum Next KS2 launched. That led to discovering the vintage computer scene. Been learning to fix and program 8-bit micros ever since. Watching the Amigos YouTube got me interested in the Coco. Recently got a Coco 3 in need of repair. Got it working and have just started learning to program it. The previous bios were edited for time. Thanks to Boysen, Glenside Computer Club, Micro Hobbyist Frederick, Paul Fiscarelli, Tandy Color Computer 3, and the CoCoNation patrons for boosting the server. Please consider joining Discord and visiting the welcome section to read these bios in full and see what the community has to offer. Just go to discord.thecoconation.com.
See you on Discord.
And we're back. Let's see, David. So we have a video from D. Bruce from the Manitoba Retro Meetup Roundup, Metro Readup. So we'll play the video and you get to do the color commentary. How's that sound?
Sure.
All right, here we go.
Coco DV, yes. The digital video, HDMI.
Should I hear music?
Probably. I think
there should be sound coming up.
Oh, okay. So this, I just turned the volume down because everybody has them up. It's like
okay.
Too loud.
It's gone now. There is sound.
Yeah, it's got a great fan on it. The fan's original. That fan's original. That fan's original. It had a full high hard drive in it, which was dead, and it was missing the controller board.
Okay, hang on, I gotta do this a little differently because you could not hear David because I forgot to add the input to the source. So let me work on this a little differently here.
First world problems.
Yeah. Get over here. Blah, 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 blah.
Actually, while Mark's getting this fixed up, David, if you just want to mention what this event is.
Yeah, it's our.
Should I hear music?
Manitoba Retro Computer Enthusiast Meetup.
I think there should be sound
on
coming up.
Facebook that we just kind of correspond about our project off and on, and then we have a meetup about every 3 months or so where we get together and actually set up our retro machines. A bunch of the guys in the group have several different machines in their collection, and so you never kind of know what they're going to bring each time we get together. I brought my Coco 3 and my white case Coco 1 you see there on the screen. I brought those the last 2 times.
Yeah, I was thinking
but I had a big 20 there the time before that. You can see right beside me on the far right of the video now, there's an Apple II GS set up. And behind that one, where there's a gentleman in the gray shirt thing, there's a TRS-80, I believe it's a Model 3 there. The guy in the black shirt's the guy who owns it. He's actually fixing up a Model 2 as well right now. And he has a Coco 3 that he just got working a little while back also.
I see even a the light gun phaser adapter that you are selling at CoCoFEST.
I do, yeah. We had that running for a little while. I think that's in the video a little bit. In fact, I'm probably talking about it right there. Yeah, he's zooming in on the adapter. And I can talk about that a little bit during the show yet too, if we have time. I know you got a really full show. Maybe I'll come on another time to talk about it. But I do have them ready to sell, which is kind of what I'm talking to Bruce about here right now. I've got a website set up that I can take orders through now and everything. I just got working last night. So we do have the adapters ready to go, which I was showing on the stream right there right now in the video. And I have 4 adapters and 4 light guns to pair with them.
I was just about to ask if you actually have bundles with the light guns included. It's a Sega Master System light gun for those who already have those or have access to them.
Yeah, I have them. I don't know if you're seeing me on here too right now, but I have them right here as well. So I can talk about that a little bit too. For those, and they're all ready to go as sets, or if you just want to buy the adapter without the light gun, we can do that as well.
Now we should mention the light gun adapter, because of the way the hardware works, you pretty well have to run this on a CRT based monitor. You cannot run this on an LED, correct?
That is right.
Or
yeah.
LCD, sorry.
And it's actually pretty picky. I did an experiment, which I posted about on Facebook recently too, where I bought a SCART to component converter hoping to run the, the RGB from my switcheroo cable into that SCART to component converter and put it on a component television to get a really nice picture. And the picture looks amazing when I do it. It basically looks like my 27-inch Panasonic TV in my basement. It looks just as good as, my Magnavox ATM 515, only way, way bigger. Just beautiful color, nice and bright, really sharp. But unfortunately, that converter introduces just enough lag that the light gun adapter doesn't work properly. It'll sense that you're pulling the trigger, but it won't sense where you're pointing it at all. The timing is just off, unfortunately. So that was kind of too bad. I was hoping to have that set up at CoCoFEST with a nice component converter as part of it. So this is why you'll see here, we're in the video where I'm demoing it with my Magnavox ATM 515 and just starting up Arn Forest there right now.
I have a question.
Sure.
Now, let's say you bring it to CoCoFEST, and I'm going to fly back with a gun in my in my suitcase.
Oops.
You'll have to make sure you bring some orange spray paint and spray paint the tip orange, right?
Oh, right.
Mark me, I just wanted to mention Manitoba is spelled Manitoba.
Okay.
I probably should have warned you about that earlier. Sorry.
So I'm probably talking there about how the adapter is hooked up. And when he's having a look at the VIC-20, which was right next door on the other side of me there too. One of those emulating modern machines, but a full-size VIC-20 replica. And yeah, here we're running Arn Forest and actually using the light gun there. It wasn't the best space to do it in, because like we couldn't really back up very far. There's like a huge shelf full of board games right behind me. So that's as far as I could go. And we're standing up, pointing down at a little 14-inch screen, but we managed to kind of get the idea of it. You could still play.
You could hit stuff occasionally.
Yep. I can play a little better in my basement where I can position myself a little better, but yeah, it was working.
Also, for those of you who actually want to program something for the light gun, because there's only 2 official games for it. There's Iron Forest and Medieval Madness from Diecom. Dave did have a few others under development. He showed us an Old West game at one of the Rainbow Fests. But Tim Linder's actually written up an article of how to program for these things and how to get them to work. It requires some timing. You'll definitely have to do it in assembly language, but the how to program it is actually out there. So if anybody wants to give it a shot and buys an adapter plus the gun from David or gets them elsewhere, then maybe some people could develop some new games to use the phaser.
Yeah, it'd be pretty neat to see some of that happening. Tim shared some test code with me, which I've talked about on the show before. And there's kind of 2 pieces to it. One of them is just a little basic routine that's looking for when you pull the trigger on the gun. So it's just using the button command, right?
Yeah.
So you have to do a little bit of a rewrite to have code that checks the button on the Coco 1 and 2 because it doesn't have the button command in BASIC built in. So just a little a bitmask routine, simple to do. And then it's calling a assembly language routine that the BASIC program loads up earlier. And so every time it senses a button press, it'll go call that assembly routine that Tim skimmed out of Medieval Madness, I believe it was. I think it was the second game he pulled that out of. So that routine is all there. To get it to work with the Coco 1 and Coco 2, there'd be a little bit of work in the assembly as well, because it is using a lot of gimme-specific commands, like flipping all the palettes to white to turn the screen white, and then flipping them back again. So you can blank the whole screen and then put it back to what it was really, really quick and easy, because all your information of what's on the screen is still there. You're just changing the palette colors and then changing them back to what they were. So there'd be a few things to figure out how to do in the Coco 1 and Coco 2, which I kind of like to dig into that, but I've been just trying to get the adapters ready and making sure I have them working on the Coco 3 and getting them ready to sell. But that would be something I would kind of like to get into. And if someone else wants to work on it too, that would be awesome.
Yeah, my guess is if you just made a low res, like a P mode 0 filled with white and just kept it as a second screen you just point to, you can quickly flip it there to do the white and then flip it back to the actual graphic screen you're drawing on.
Yeah.
And then do the timing from that.
I think that's pretty doable. We might even have to adjust some of the timing delays in there as well, a little bit. He's also turning off again the interrupts and things like that too. Some things that I'm not quite sure, what's going on with some of that stuff. It's commented in the code, but
By the way, Bruce is complaining in chat that you're missing the cassette recorder, and my answer to that is, Bruce, you should have been on here then.
Yeah, Bruce just got a nice cassette recorder. I don't even know if it was a CCR 81 or 82.
Is that a CTR or a CCR? That looks like a CTR.
I'm not sure.
Here, let me, I can see it on there. Let's back up a little bit.
I was there when it happened, but I didn't see the model number on it.
Pause.
It's just a little blurry, eh?
CCR 81.
Oh, it is CCR. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, there was, I think, a work colleague of the guy who runs the meetup asked if anybody might want it. And Doug, the guy who's in charge, said, I think I know a few people who might be interested in that. And so, yeah, Bruce pounced on it pretty quick and was really happy to have it. So
the digital counter is key.
Yeah.
To happy life with computer tapes.
So I was going to ask here, because obviously I've not attended one of these yet.
Yeah.
Is it a mixture of different people, not only of different computers, but of different levels of experience? Like, do you get a lot of programmers or hardware designers, or is it more just the users and people just use them back in the day, or is it a mixture of everybody? Or
it's kind of a mixture of a lot. Yeah, like there's some guys who are just kind of tinkering and enjoy using it. They like playing the games, right? But you got, I mean, we have Bruce in our group now who's programming things right now. We've got a guy who has been a professional solderer for many years. He's the guy that I mentioned that was fixing up the TRS-80 Model 2. So you got people like that got some pretty good hardware skills. Yeah, a big variety like that. We've got a guy who used to work for Atari for many years, and he doesn't have as much Atari stuff now as he once did, but I know he had a massive collection of really cool Atari things. And I actually bought one of the TAC2 joysticks off of him a little while back. So we got to hear a little bit of stories from him when I met him and stuff. So yeah, there's quite a lot of people in the group. Lots of different machines that people are into. And so, like I said, you never know what machine's going to show up the next time you go to the meetup. We've had, a few Amigas floating around. We had, I think it was a Kim 1 that one of the guys brought a while back. That's probably the oldest one we've seen at any of the meetups so far. A bunch of Commodores. There's always Commodores at every one we go to. Yeah, and there's been a few Cocos, but not very many. I'm probably the one who brings the most of those. So, but hopefully we get Bruce to bring one pretty soon.
Okay. So D. Bruce would like us to hear the audio of the cassette player part. So
yeah,
I can rerun that, advance it to where the cassette player is.
That fan's original, that fan's original. It had a full...
And I missed that one, so. That one, so.
Really hoping you'd show up. So.
Oh.
There you go.
Oh my goodness.
By way of a coworker, I was showing him my retro computer collection.
Yeah.
He got this look of recollection on his face, and then was kind of quiet. The next business day, he contacted me with a photo. He says, I had this in a drawer. He says, I've long since sold my Coco, but I've had this for probably 25 years. Do you know anybody that would want it? Because I've been thinking I should just put it in the e-cycling. And I said,
well,
I know.
Oh yeah. See, mine,
yes, we do.
These buttons were so notorious for snapping off, especially with teenagers smashing on them all the time.
The ejector.
Yeah, that one went first.
There's a little caustic piece in here. Yeah.
That's right. I think that the stop and eject went first, and then when the play went, I think it was useless after that, and I finally ditched it just a few years ago. Now I've got all these cassettes I didn't know what to do with.
Well, my buddy Chad was very happy that it would go to somebody
Well,
who actually was it.
well, you tell Chad that I sure appreciate this. This is fabulous.
Absolutely shall do.
Okay. Cool.
And there's mine. I probably have half a dozen of those. And
Cool.
it's the same one. Same model.
Nice.
Didn't they make a light gray one?
Yeah, the older one. They had the CCR version too, computer cassette recorder, than the computer tape recorder. So there were slightly different design styles.
Right. The little bitty one was the rocking one. It had a monitor switch and some other things on it. I've got a couple of those, but they all need belts. And if you've ever looked inside of one of those, you don't want to change the belts. You really, really don't want to change the belts.
Yeah, you gotta like unsolder the amplifier board off of it, right?
Right, things like that. Yeah, it's
'Cause it's 2 or
pretty
3 layers
special.
down.
Yeah.
Well, cool. We'll have to do that again when they have the next one in a month or so.
Now, you were mentioning, I think in the pre-show, David, that the next, like, you guys don't always have them at this place where you actually have the machines. You sometimes just have like a supper gathering type thing where you bring smaller things to show.
Yeah, we kind of alternate between one or the other. So Doug was talking at our last meetup last weekend that in about a month and a half or so, he wants to do a restaurant meetup again, where we just kind of get together for supper, eat a meal, and we usually bring something small. The last time we got together for one of those, everybody brought a piece of software that was important to them from back in the day. So I actually brought my inbox Sierra King's Quest 3 software for the Coco 3 and brought that along. And there's a kind of a wide variety of stuff that people brought for that too. Some people brought games, some people brought actually some productivity software still in the box and things like that. So I'll be coming up in about a month and a half, and then about another month and a half after that. So maybe sometime in May, maybe we can talk them into pushing back into June. Sounds like some of you guys that June would work well. Maybe we'll do a big meetup around that time. And that's in Osborne Village area of Winnipeg at Game Night Games, which is where we did it last time. The guys seem to really enjoy that venue. We've got a lot of space there, but there is another venue we might be moving to one of these times to try out too, but we'll see.
Okay. And does this normally happen on the same day of the week each time, or does it move around?
It's a Saturday afternoon where we do it always. Yeah.
Because if it goes long enough, I mean, Bill and I can maybe, drive out early Saturday morning and maybe catch the tail end of it or something.
The last while we've been going from 1, but starting to set up at 12:30, but kind of planning to have things ready for 1 o'clock and then going till about 4. Usually there's guys hanging out a little bit longer than that, or you need to load up your stuff afterwards. That takes a little while sometimes. So we'll go to maybe 4:30, kind of push it till then. But if we know some people are coming from further away, maybe we can kind of convince Doug to kind of push it a little bit later. We'll have to do what works for the store that we're in as well. The way it's a board game.
Yeah, or that other location you're talking about, is it?
Yeah, the other location, I think they've got like a pool hall or something like that attached to it where we'd be setting up. I haven't actually seen that part before, but
okay,
that one sounds kind of interesting too.
Okay, keep us posted, because I know Bill's expressed some interest in going to one. If we can arrange it for both of us at the same time, and if it's on a Saturday or Sunday, that's definitely easier than trying to do it, say, Friday night.
Yeah, no, we'd love to have some people join us from further away. That'd be really nice. I'd love to see some more Cocos at one of these. So.
Okay, cool. Well, thanks, Bruce, for shooting that footage. Thanks, David, for kind of commenting on it. And keep us posted when the next meetings are and then dates and times.
Will do. Thank you.
And in the chat, Julian says he needs to catch us next week because he needs to pay off a sleep deficit. Just hang around a minute. We'll put you to sleep.
We'll put you down.
We got a few more presentations first there. It's going to be longer in a minute. I don't know if he'll make it that long.
All right. Hang on. I got to take this phone call. Do we want to start some announcements?
Yeah, I can do upcoming show announcements, and we'll go back to the rest of the people that have updates and acquisitions.
Yeah, I can also do the CoCoFEST announcement too.
Actually, you want to do that first, Grant? You go first.
Oh, sure. Why not? Just put me on the spot. So just a short little update here. We had the Glenside meeting here on week ago last Thursday, and we discussed purchasing the overflow room, which you guys may remember that was the room that we had the auction items in last year. So we're going ahead and purchase that room, and we can add an additional about 9 to 10 tables. So people did not want to have stuff in the hallway, didn't have to bring everything back into the ballroom and then bring everything back out again. So this now will give us the option to have tables behind a locked door, so you don't have to bring it back and forth. So the tables will be going for $30 a piece. They're 6-foot tables. Also, if you are wanting to maybe not be in the main ballroom because you're just maybe needing a place to park or something to keep your stuff at, let me know. We can also shuffle the tables around and move you out of the main ballroom into the hallway or into the overflow room and vice versa. So Randy should have that updated on the tandylist.com's website here within a day or two. So therefore, the overflow room will be available as well. So hopefully that will take care of our shortage of tables. That will give us 14 in the hallway and at least 9 in the overflow room. So looking about 23 additional tables. So that should
now, if we end
help.
up not using all that number of tables and it's enough to fit in just the room, will we use the room instead of the hallway?
Yeah, definitely so. Because I am not because these extra tables we're actually paying for rental for, so it's $15 per table. So if we're not using those tables, then I'm not going to rent those tables. So then we just push everybody into the overflow room, with the exception of one person who requested the hallway. So because his it's AJ, and his display is from VCF Midwest, and it's a display on wheels, let's say, and it would be very hard to get that into.
He's got to drive it in.
Exactly. So he's going to be in the hallway no matter what happens. But yes.
Okay.
So. All right, that's the only update that I had. Oh, also, if you want to give a presentation, we still have a few places, a few spots open as well. Just reach out to me as well. So, Curtis.
Well, I mean, depending how far we get with all the Deluxe assembly here, we might just do a group presentation at some point here on some of that, but we can't promise anything until we get our work schedules fixed up and actually see how far we get. So
yeah, no problem. Just let me know if you are wanting to hold a spot there, for I can at least make sure it doesn't get completely booked up, because I think everybody would love to hear that in person. So, all right, that's all I had. Oh, and one other thing before I forget, T-shirts will be going on sale soon too as well. I just submitted both Ron's drawing and also Salvador's drawing to the company, so those will probably be available for sale here within the next week, as soon as they approve the
and that will be directly linked from the Glenside.
Yeah, it'll be the same place that we
page?
went for the same thing as we did last year. We ordered through Teesprings, and which is the same company that we used to sell our old Coco Talk stuff through. So yeah, I'll make sure I'll have that posted on the Glenside website as well when it goes live.
Okay, cool.
All right, that's it.
Okay, Mark, what order did you want to do the rest of the people that have updates and acquisitions?
Okay, so let's see, Marco. I don't know if I missed it. Did you have anything on the virtual CoCoFEST?
I have a few people that have committed to me, and we haven't slid any time slots yet, except for Thomas Shanks, a friend of William Strickland. He wants to do it on Sunday afternoon. But other than that, Erico, Paul Fiscarelli, myself, Rick Euland, and Tim Linder said he might have something to present. So we have 6 people that want to do something. So I don't know if we'll push more for Sunday or if it'll still be Saturday. But like I said, I got lots of slots available, but nobody's committed any time except one person.
Right.
So.
Okay. Well, I have times. Just list all the people and we'll all gather when we can.
Yeah, we don't have lives anyway, so.
Oh,
Of course
yeah,
not.
right. Why not? I mean,
why
whatever
else would we
works.
spend 6 hours doing this every Saturday?
Exactly.
Right.
So
And,
we'll have something. So
Don't be around. Yeah, you'll be around. These other guys will be around. We'll do something.
All right. And did you have anything on Simon's project?
I have some basic stuff, but might as well move on to somebody else because he might be able to present it next week. So
Okay.
since we got more people to present this week, give them a chance first.
Okay, let me turn that on. Okay, let's see, Rick.
Okay, yeah, mine's pretty quick actually. Remember last week? Let me find the right button. Bcam. Yes, Bcam. Okay.
So
didn't leave
did
my
they
head,
find?
actually.
Did they find where they left it?
Okay, the box. Yes, the box showed up. Believe it or not.
Was it at least in the right city?
I guess so. In fact, since this picture, see the dent on the side here, it has rained and snowed.
Oh no.
And yet a week to the day, the box showed up with no rain or snow. So I think a neighbor might have taken it in and brought it to me after the weather all cleared. And so, yeah, the good news is I've built 2 boards and the boards work and the cards are all right. And I have all my things. And so this would have been a hard thing to replace out of pocket. So I'm very happy about that result.
No,
and then I guess in closing, we should mention the real Yggdrasil, which is Yggdrasil Computing, which made this Linux. Note the specs on the bottom of the CD, if you will. You needed a couple of, I think you have 6 different SCSI controllers. And anyway, this was the state of Linux in 1994, Yggdrasil. So that's my whole thing. I have cards. If you were waiting for them, you don't have to wait anymore. I know a couple of people were asking, and now they aren't asking.
Okay. Let's see. Next up, Frederick.
Yes, well, I have 2 updates on my project. One is after I finally figured out that there was a small little problem of crossing the wires, address lines, managed to not transcode, but port my monitor program over to the 6309. So I got all the basic commands up and running. I got the memory dump, peek, poke, and a lot of other features, and I'm going to add to it every time. And the other thing is I managed to finally figure out how to make an MMU for the system that matches that of the Coco 3. So maybe I could share this little thing here. There it is. Share. Yeah. Are you seeing it? Yes?
Yeah. See it now.
Okay. So basically, right now, currently, it's running in normal mode, disabled MMU, but when you activate it, you see the display, it changes to another address. In the memory cells, you have basically what you write to it when you write to the MMU with the MMU chip select. So you write like that the exact address of the Coco 3. Say write this to this register. I think it's FFA0 to FFAF. So you can write to that. So if you change the numbers, like it changes automatically. And as soon as you hit the constant RAM and the upper 512 bytes, there's a circuit that actually changes from the enabled MMU to the basic addressing mode, so you can access the constant RAM, IO, and vectors. So managed to figure it out. Now it works. Yeah,
cool.
That's pretty much it.
And you're at the point now you're going to try to prototype that with actual hardware and see what happens?
Yeah, simulation works. I tried all the permutation, and all I need to do now is wire it up on a breadboard and see if it works correctly.
Cool. You have to come on and demonstrate your monitor program sometime too.
Oh, well, I have it here if you want to see it.
If it's quick.
Oh, yeah, it's quick.
We got a lot of stuff to cover yet.
All right.
Of course, I'll do it quickly. Share screen. There. So basically, I have my monitor here. So there's the prompt is only like the bank number and the current address. So you have the commands I have so far are those listed here. And I have a basic diagnostics of the RAM. I can dump the memory. So when I do a dump, well, there's nothing there because it's all zeros. It automatically, the prompt changes to the current address, which is 140. So I don't have to type dump 140 for the next one. So I just type dump and it goes to the next one. I want to go and see my my program, my ROM space. It's at E00. So I have data. It's not just zeros.
I see a story at FF08 right at the beginning.
And if I want to change the address to something else, for example, I know that the vectors are, I don't know, at ADDR, at FF0, and I just do a dump from there. Well, we see the vectors over there. I can always, for example, poke at an address 0. I don't have to type the full address. It recognizes 0 would be address 0. I don't have to type 0000. And if I 2 at 3, it confirms that at address 0, it's number 3. And if I can peek it directly, don't need to put it because it remembers the address. What else? That's interesting. Oh, yeah, load. As soon as I can actually upload a program that in hex, Intel hex format, Right now, I don't have one currently to show, but it will slowly transfer and you're able to run it. Right now, there's nothing. So it automatically will say, well, no, there's nothing to run. So it automatically jumps to the bootloader. I can read the registers. Right now, there's nothing because no code has executed. But you'll be able to modify them on a case-by-case basis. But when you execute a program that you have uploaded, it will save the registers automatically. So when you don't alter the registers as you run the monitor program. What else do I have? Well, memory map is very simple. Just gives the standard map of the system, and it will evolve as soon as I add hardware. And that's pretty much it. Right now, the bank is useless because I haven't implemented the banking system, but you'll be able to manually switch the banking system to for the monitor program. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Sorry. Hope it was
cool.
quick.
Glad to see it's progressing quite nicely.
Yeah.
Especially with the frustration of the crossed address lines.
Yes.
All right. Next up, we have.
You get a chance, go over to my Ron's garage, take a look. It's all
Okay.
there. You know, I don't want to
All right.
take up more time.
All right. That's fine then.
All right.
Any
Thanks.
other project updates?
I got something. If I
Go
can
ahead,
find a
Henry.
box. Give me a second. There we go. And let's see, I hit this button, that button, and then hit that button so I don't have those sparkly bits. Okay. I got things from JLPC PCB. I don't know if anybody really remembers or not, but I mentioned doing the FujiNet thing that Tom Sherry-Ohms had started putting together, had done a bring up on, and there are a couple of revisions of PC boards that have come out, and this one is the second revision. It's the one that does the cassette, but in doing the cassette, it doesn't like to load when the Wi-Fi has already been set up, apparently. So I can't remember the name of the gentleman who's working on the revision 3, which is actually going to be cartridge based. But I'd had these on order for a while, and I figured, hey, let's go ahead and give it a shot, see what happens. So maybe this week, next week, something like that, I'll solder one of these up and try and figure out how to use it.
I should mention too, for anybody in Southern California, the VCF Southwest or SoCal, Thomas Cherry-Ohms, the creator of FujiNet, is actually one of the presenters there. So,
hey Henry, how many of these boards did you order?
5. You want one?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, go ahead and email me your or send me your address or something, mailing address. I'll get one out to you.
Sure. Yeah, I'll take one or two, whatever you might want to part with.
one.
Send you a few bucks.
Yeah, just DM me on the Discord. I've got 4 extras.
What's your username on Discord?
Henry the Third.
Henry the Third.
Okay.
I think.
You think?
Yes, I'm pretty sure
I'm pretty sure it's Henry the Third.
Sounds like royalty.
Nah, it's
You saw through him.
All right.
It's family.
It's family. All right. Ken, you awake?
Yep, I am.
All right. You're
Barely.
next. Okay. Well, before that, any other project updates?
Nope.
Okay.
Welcome everybody to the CoCoNation Game On Challenge of the Week results video. This week we played Eliminator. we had a total of 14 players. They were Buck Owens with 830, Mark B 1390, Mr. Dave 6309 1610, Mark O 1960, Ed Rhodes 2660, Shenley 2670, Jim Rye 2760, Coconut Bob 2770, Nerf Herder 3080, Sloopy Malibu 3430, Canadian Retro Things 3780, Tasman 7930, L Curtis Boyle 8830, and this week's number one score belongs to Dr. Ted with 15,280. Thanks everybody that played. We'll see you again next week.
Holy cow, he kicked our butts.
Oh,
and
yeah.
the Coco Nation salutes Dr. Ted. Salute.
Yeehaw.
What happened
And
to Buck Owens?
There
that
you go,
was-
Mark. You beat Buck Owens.
I know. I was like, how in the world did I beat Buck Owens? But that's like the third week in a row for Dr. Ted.
Yep.
Yes, it is.
I think he's a ringer. He joined in and he's a ringer. He's the same AI that Buck Owens used to run.
Yeah, Buck Owens, the Gen 3 AI.
Dr. Ted is Gen 4.
Gen 4.
So where's his bumper? Come on.
I like Tom Eric Endenson's comment in the chat there. He goes, Buck Owens last. Oh, how times have changed.
It's the end of an era.
Oh, and Dr. Ted's even in the audience right now. So congratulations.
And yeah, also Dr.
doesn't-
Ted says, I don't like King Tuts, so it's anybody's game next week.
Don't.
Hey, actually, I like King Tut.
Actually, I really like it
do
too.
Yeah.
Anyways, but first we'll talk about Eliminator, a very odd game from Adventure International in that every version they released for it is different.
Some have some similarities more than others,
Yeah.
but yeah, it originally started kind of a Defender clone, and then it kind of went off on its own on different platforms, and yeah.
So very, very strange. Anyways, I don't know what do we have to say about it. Curtis, you found that using the double speed poke, it ran a little bit better?
It ran faster.
Ran faster.
Actually, the most fascinating thing for me was watching you guys bring up other versions of it, like the Tier City Model 1. We were hoping Nick would pop by because I know he quite liked the game back in the day. And I think we showed the Atari. I think Soupy played that one. You played this
I played
Apple
the
II version?
Apple II
Apple
version
II.
and the TRS-80 version.
And then somebody else actually did come up with the Commodore version too, which seems to be similar to the Atari.
Yeah, Shanley found a working copy of it. So I find it actually interesting that the TRS-80 Model 1.3 version is actually an incredibly good Defender clone.
Yeah. And then the other ones kind of just started to stray away from the Defender
Yeah.
clone and kind of went on their own.
I think the Commodore still had the radar screen at the top. But did any...
Now, I
don't
can't remember,
think
do you
any
have the
other ones did.
angling ship, like where you can angle your shots up and down? Because that was something on the Coco, the Atari version
No,
for
I
sure.
think
But
those two versions were the only ones that the ship angled at. Otherwise, it just moved up and down.
Like
Some of
Defender
them
does, you
had
shoot
actually,
straight.
like the C-64 had bombs that came out. And so for bombing the buildings on the bottom.
And one of them had the roof came down on you too, or was it two of them that had that?
The Coco version that actually did it, as you went along without dying, the roof slowly moved down.
The Atari
And then-
also.
And the Atari version moved down a lot faster.
Yeah, and I can't remember, did the C64 one?
I
do that?
don't know.
I know the Model 1 and the Apple II did not.
I'm only going by what I read from Shenley because I didn't actually get the chance to see any footage of it. So
Yeah, he did stick a couple screenshots up, but you can't really tell if the
Yeah.
roof's moving.
it looks like possibly the C64 version, the roof does come down a little bit.
Yeah, it was something like Adventure International had that happen a few times. Rearguard's another one, or even Sea Dragon to a certain extent, where they have the same title ported to multiple platforms, but they don't try to keep the platforms very similar to each other. They get pretty violently different. Like we don't even have a radar on the Coco version, for example.
They're trying to make it so you have to collect them all. It's like the early Pokemon.
Pokemon.
Here's $150 worth of sales instead of just 25. There you go.
And also then you got to go out and buy all the systems too.
That just meant I had to pirate more stuff in incompatible drives. That's all that meant.
Dr. Ted says the Coco version has the sky coming down too.
Yeah, very slowly though. It doesn't come down near as fast as the Atari version.
I think the main reason why we didn't notice that is because we're not good enough for it to come down very far.
Get that far.
We died early.
The one where I actually got the better score, I actually stayed alive long enough to notice that it did drop down a little bit. That's why I knew.
I'll have to review the footage of me playing because I scored fairly well, so I'm guessing it probably did happen at some point. But I just didn't notice I was too.
It didn't come down a lot. Like it came down about 1/16 of the screen at a time.
Yeah,
and that was about every 3,000 points. It dropped about 1/16 of the screen.
Yeah, it seemed more than that. I think it was like every 1,000 points it dropped down.
Oh, did it?
On the Atari version you're talking about, or are you talking about the Coco one?
Oh no, the Coco version.
Coco version. It was like one line every 1,000 points or something. It was very slow, and the only reason why I even noticed it is because I happened to be looking up there when it added the line.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't look at the score, so I wasn't.
I didn't even notice.
I was fighting the controls too much to really notice.
It's a interesting control scheme on the Coco version.
Yeah.
I got used to it though. It wasn't that bad afterwards. You could do the big sweeping arcs to like blast stuff on the ground and sweep back up, but it did take a bit of getting used to.
Yeah, one thing I did notice was using an analog controller was significantly better than using a digital or keyboard, because you were able to, because the ship would move up and down relative to the analog position. Mm-hmm. So you were able to make like a spray of fire that went across.
Fast spray. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I never did figure out why some of them you could hit a whole bunch of times without them being destroyed. Then all of a sudden, some you could hit once, they'd destroy. Sometimes you'd hit them 4 or 5 times before they.
Yeah, because those blobby things that came out, I didn't think you could kill them at all until you mentioned, no, I've done it. And then, I finally managed to do it, but I'd already shot them, I don't know how many dozens of times. And they never died. So.
It seems that some enemies were much more easier to kill when you were shooting them straight on as opposed to at an angle. It seems that the hit detection at an angle, the whatever was drawing the shot would register a hit and then disappear, but the enemy wouldn't register the hit and die, which I thought was.
Or was it a feature that each ship just had?
Yeah, you had to hit him direct on or something, maybe.
Each ship had a vulnerable spot that you had to hit it.
Oh, I thought they were cheating and not dying when they got shot.
Well, you could be right, but
no, I'm going to say that this is Adventure International. I mean, they're a classy company. They wouldn't have mistakes like that. They're like Nick Marenti's. It's all features, not mistakes.
Yeah. Do I have to remind you about Neutroid or what?
There are no bugs.
They had several. Yeah, they had several hit points depending on how you hit them.
What we really need to find is the manuals for the original versions of this for all the different computers, just to see how much of the differences of how the game was supposed to be played according to each platform.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I actually it was not a bad game. I do have to say that I did like the Atari version better, but purely because of the controls.
No, because you're an Atari person.
No, I mean, it was, if the controls were more like the Atari, but still keep them analog, because I did like the analog feature of the Coco version. But if they were a little bit more, I'm not sure how to put it, because it's like as your ship is going up and down, it was odd how it would move, and then you would hit some things but not other things.
Mm-hmm.
So
just play the Model 1.3 version.
Yeah, I would really like to find the original manuals for the various platforms just to see if they describe the gameplay differently. Like maybe that was a feature on the Coco, or maybe it was a bug. I don't know, but
no, feature. Classy company feature.
Have you played some of their adventure games? How frustrating those get? I don't know.
They're just for really smart people.
They're not frustrating. They're just feature filled.
Yeah.
That's what Neutroid was. Feature filled. Gotcha.
There you go.
Absolutely. It has some of the best features of gaming.
Okay, well, since it's a long show, does anybody else have anything to say about Eliminator other than what we've said?
Fly ahead, I guess, so you can get more shots in, because otherwise when you rapid fire, you get dead spots if you're way to the left, because you run out of shots that you have only so many simultaneous shots. So if you want to really do a true
I think
spray,
you have like 6 or 8 shots at a time.
yeah, so you can get gaps where they can sneak through if you're trying to shoot something on the right and you're on the left. So if you go a bit more towards the middle, you can keep the continuous spray and have a better chance of shooting them down.
All right. Well, that was Eliminator, and the other game that we are playing this week is King Tut, which is basically just climb down into the mines and find the crowns and get out of there and avoid the big stupid dumb head.
Yeah, that is the most frustrating part of that game by far. But a couple of us made it to the 5th level. I saw Retro Rick actually got finished. He finished the 5th level, which I wasn't able to do. So
I think I made the 3rd or 4th. Did I make the 4th level once? I think I might have made the 4th level once and died right away.
Yeah, I got to the 3rd level myself, but I only played it for a short period.
It's an interesting game. I like and as you were saying before, Curtis, I like the mechanic that you have the timer, and as your timer runs out, your candle goes out. So then all of a sudden you can be in the dark.
yeah, and it's so satisfying, especially if you're fairly far away from your point and you manage to sneak up the ladders, dodge the snakes, and actually get the
get back
recharge
without
channel.
dying.
Yeah, that is so satisfying. Like you beat all the odds there.
And something that you did mention that I didn't know is that if you're wandering around and your timer is already getting low and you haven't gotten a crown yet, you can actually go back up to the surface and reset your timer. So
yeah, you absolutely need that. Sometimes you could actually use that time with your first candle to explore and to figure out exactly like what route do I have to take and where's the best place to dodge the snakes or whatever. And then you kind of like, try a few things and you go, that's not going to work, but I'm going to run out of time. So you just go back up. You don't even try to go get a crown, recharge your candle, and then you have the time to come back down and do it properly.
Or sometimes you're trying to get to a crown and the big dumb stupid head keeps showing up and you can't get to the crown.
Yeah. But I do like the fact that when the timer runs out, you don't die. Like that's actually nice.
Yeah.
You get crippled somewhat because you can't see very far, but
you
at
still
least
have
you
a
have a
chance.
chance. Yeah, exactly. That was
It's
really
not
well
like
done.
a European game.
Yeah, well, what you do is you play while you're playing on the Game On Challenge Live, and you have it playing in the stream on another window, so that when your lights go out, you can look at the stream, which is like a minute,
20 seconds behind or something. Yeah,
yeah, and it shows you what the what the tunnels look like.
Yeah, well, it's not hard to figure out what the tunnels look like. It's hard to figure out where the snakes are.
Yeah, exactly. That's the hard part.
I cannot confirm nor deny any allegations that I may have cheated by doing that.
It's not cheating. It's using
strategy.
The
we call that strategy.
Yeah, innovative strategy, thinking outside the box. But I do have a question. When you get a crown and you take it to the top, do you get the number of points in the countdown timer?
Yes.
Or they're set
as a bonus. Yes.
Which means if you die right at the foot of the ladder to get the crown out, you get a lot of points that way. So if you're farming for points, you can do that with each crown. Die once right at the thing, and then get like almost the full 5,000 bonus points.
That means that you can get what the
20, just almost 20,000 points in the first screen.
Yeah.
But your game doesn't last very long if you do that.
My game doesn't last very long anyway.
Yeah.
I have to say, Andrew Hubble, the author of that game, definitely improved since he did the frog, though. That was a pretty nice jump of playability.
Yeah. I would have to agree with that. I mean,
anyways, it's a fun game, and at least we had a lot of fun playing it on the live Game On challenge. Which, hey, how about we talk about that real quick, Sloopy?
Well, we can. I mean, it's already a long show, so
just give it a
whirl.
Real quick one.
Yeah, as you saw, we had 7 people playing at once. We had 8, 9 people in there total. Thank you all for joining us. Fun was had by people that came and played. Yeah, we had people that watched. Maybe next week you should come and play. And all you listeners who are watching out there in the CoCoNation, come join us and play. So join us Thursday, where we'll be playing King Tut again. And we'll also be playing something else. I wonder what that is, Ken.
Oh, well, hey, I could tell you what that is. How about I share a screen here? There.
I recognize that one.
I think Curtis knows this game since he suggested it.
Race game.
Yay, a racing game.
Yes, it is.
Programmed by the late Steve Bjork in collaboration with the Color America Users Group. And it's a combination of 2 arcade hits in one, which is a bit different.
Yep.
Pole position and turbo.
Nope. You're right on half of it.
Pole position.
Yep. And something you wouldn't normally figure would be part of a
3D
style game.
So here it is.
Desert Rider.
Desert Rider, which is a combination of pole position and bump and jump.
And Steve had told me, I think at one point, that those 2 buildings you see in the distance on that screenshot is actually supposed to be the Tandy Towers.
That's great.
Okay, well, that's all I have to say. So
you're going to the motherland.
Yeah, pretty much.
Got to make a hard
you've got to get to the Tandy Towers and save all of the deluxe Cocos before they destroy them.
Yeah, and pick up your deluxe Coco.
Yeah, I will say it's not the best pole position style game we've got on the Coco as far as controls and stuff go for going around corners and things. But adding the jumping part, we have to jump over rocks and pits, other cars, actually makes it a heck of a lot of fun because it's different. It combines the 2 popular arcade games in a way I don't think any other platform ever bothered doing. So
you're driving through West Texas, heading towards Tandy Towers. So you're heading east.
Right.
Now, I got to ask, are there tarantulas?
Of course.
If they are, they're probably in the dark pits and you can't see them.
Okay.
No, they're in the shade, but you're going to want to be in the shade too. So
also, don't hit the cactuses in the side either.
So it seems that it's very similar to Buggy Boy, which was a game on the Amiga.
Or Buggy Boy is very similar to this.
That's
because I don't think the Amiga was even out when this came out.
Nope.
Considering the Amiga was the Buggy Boys released way after this, I would say Buggy Boy was probably similar to this.
Okay, I dare you to tell that to an Amiga fan.
Let the flames begin.
Hey, Nick, Buggy Boy is a remake of this.
By the way, Michael Zweifel, I'm hoping I'm pronouncing that correctly. He says, love this game. Desert Rider, love it. So he's looking forward to the Game Down Challenge.
Well, we better see you on the list of participants, and you can show up on Thursday night to play the game live with us. Show us how it's done.
At 8 p.m. Eastern time, Eastern U.S. time.
Yeah.
I'll go do some trash talking over on the Amigos Discord. So we'll get.
I do that every once in a while too.
Go over there and mention in one of the channels
we're gonna play the original, not that knockoff weak Buggy Boy.
We're gonna play the game that the Amiga ripped off for Buggy Boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll have to do that at Boat Fest too, Ken.
Yep. Have to get a Coco down there with us and put this game.
Oh no,
on
Aaron's already said that he's going to be bringing his. So
okay,
we just got to bring an SD card or something with the proper stuff on it, in case he doesn't have it.
Yep.
Okay, well, thanks for the game updates. That's gonna be a fun one. I've actually, you picked 3 good games in a row, I think, honestly.
I'm sorry.
Which definitely makes up for the previous month, but
just wait till March.
I'm waiting for your month of basic extravaganza games. That's the ones I'm waiting for.
Ooh. Basic MC10 games.
That's pretty well most of them, isn't it?
Yep.
Though, mind you, Jim's been using that compiler lately, so he's been getting some pretty good stuff out of that. Okay, so I think I'm going to go through the announcement of shows coming up, including one that's running this very weekend. And I did see in the chat, there is a person in the chat that is going to be attending it and has already left for it. Might actually be there already. So hopefully we'll get some pictures and stuff out of him later. But I'll go through those, then we'll have a commercial break and I'll come back and we'll polish off the news as quick as I can. So we'll switch over first to upcoming trade shows. Yeah.
Don't forget the one that's happening today.
Yeah, that should be the first one up, I think. If you're seeing Vintage Computer Festival SoCal.
It's not the one I was talking about, but that'll work.
Oh, which one are you talking about?
The hackathon at the Kennett Classic Computer Museum.
I had no idea about that one. You guys, you want to talk about that first then before I get into all mine? I don't know anything about it, so.
I just know that they have them on occasion every month or a couple months.
And where is that?
It's in Kennett Square, PA, about a 45-minute drive west of Philadelphia.
Okay. And that's just a general hardware hackers type thing, or?
Anything. You basically bring whatever you want to fix or needs to be fixed, and they rent out a large warehouse type building across the street from the museum, and people fix and repair it.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. I'll give you the link so you can show it.
I thought this was interesting. They have something you've added to the SoCal stuff that's on sale, and here's a Coco 2 with possibly with the T1 VDG.
There's the link in the chat.
Okay, find it here. Kennett Classic Hackathon Workshop. Okay. Probably kind of short notice now, but
It might be open longer than us.
I had mentioned it before, but I should have been, because it snuck up on me because I wanted to go, and I just realized yesterday, hey, it's tomorrow.
yeah, I remember we did mention this like half a year ago or something, because it's a fairly regular thing, right? It's not an annual thing. It's
every 2-3 months they have them.
Okay. Yeah, if you can remind me a bit ahead of time for the next one, I'll make sure I include it.
All right.
So there's that going on in Pennsylvania today. SoCal is going on today and tomorrow still. So you still have time to make it to that. But there's seminars, there's stuff for sale. It's basically they're bringing back VCF and SoCal. And I think the people that are running it, this is their first one they've actually hosted. So it's, go show your support if you can. I know Wayne Campbell was going to try to make it. Actually, he got to the point of buying tickets for it, but he couldn't get a ride down there as far as I know. So I don't think he's going to be able to make it unless he arranges something tonight to go tomorrow. But yeah, there's seminars and stuff here. Thomas Terry Holmes, the guy who created FujiNet, is actually doing a speech on that. And I think he was going to mention the Coco port because that's actually actively being developed right now. So there's some good stuff to see. And there's at least 2 exhibitors I know we're going to have Coco-based displays, or at least Coco's involved in the displays as well. So hey, for those of you that are in the Southern California that actually would be able to get a chance to go down, it's in Orange, California, today and tomorrow. And it's at the Hotel Fair Events Center. And hopefully this becomes an annual thing and it's quite successful. My cat just dumps stuff all over the place. Okay, next up after that is one that is hoping to become a VCF once again, and this is the it's currently called the Interim Computer Festival, March 23rd to 24th at Intraspace, which is at 3100 Airport Way South in Seattle, Washington. They've actually got some speakers and schedules all up here now. You can hit their website, and of course you can get the links to all these in the show notes, which I did finally remember to upload a couple of minutes ago, so it's on the Discord for those of you that want it. And yeah, there's a whole bunch of information on their site now too. This is hopefully going to become a full-blown VCF again because it kind of got shut down because of the pandemic and stuff. So they're trying to bring it back. What was that, Mark?
COVID got shut down. COVID.
Yeah. Next up after that, we have the Indy Classic Computer and Gaming Expo, April 13th to 14th in Indianapolis, Indiana at Crown Plaza. This is hosted by, amongst others, Randy Koenig of the Floppy Days podcast. He also did the Antic podcast for the Atari 8-bits, and he was a guest on our show as an interviewee too, and he's got a fair bit of history with the TRS-80s as well. And we did show some pictures and stuff from last year's, and it looked like a lot of fun. So you can definitely check that one out if you're in the Indianapolis area in April. Next up after that, of course, is the 32nd Annual Last Chicago CoCoFEST, which Grant gave us a bit of an update there about getting some tables in a separate room as opposed to being out in the hallway where you might have to haul your stuff just to make sure it doesn't get lifted on you. Regular tables are all sold out. One of the tables that is out in the hall is already sold too, so now we've got these extra ones possibly in that extra room. Definitely you want to come out there because as we showed at the beginning of the show, the Deluxe Color Computer will be making a show at the place, as well as a bunch of other things we haven't even mentioned yet that were picked up from Robert Kilgus. So there's a lot of cool stuff to be able to see, a lot of unique things to see, and we hope to see you there. And there's the current list, so you can see that every table in the main hall is gone. One of the tables in the hallway is already gone there too, and then, as Grant mentioned, there's an update of possibly getting a second room as well as the main hall.
Hey, there's my table.
And admission is free. If you're an exhibitor, then it's, I think, $30 a table for the tables that are still remaining. So next up after that, June 14th to 16th in Social Event Space in Hurricane, West Virginia is Boat Fest, the annual gaming, both for gaming consoles and home computers and pinball machines, all kinds of stuff. Cross-platform all over the place. And Ken and I had a good time in it last time. We're going again this year. Frank of Retro Rewind is one of the official sponsors, just as he is with the CoCoFEST. So you can actually get repairs and stuff done there too, and upgrades. He'll be selling Coco STCs, etc. 609 upgrades if you want them to. That's always a fun time. It's not too far away from the previous one. We're going to be trying Boat's wife at open up a new restaurant, Thai Fusion, this past year. And actually, I think we're going to be all gathering for dinner there, so we could be able to try some of the cuisine that he's been enjoying ever since he got married. So nice. Next up on the list, but the exact same weekend as Boat Fest is VCF Southwest. This is in the Fort Worth, Dallas area, of course, the home of Tandy. And they're actually having a Tandy assembly meetup on one of the nights there, so that they have a couple of separate little meetups of people with the same interest. There's also speakers there, including Jeff Wires of Chronological Gaming. He's going to be talking about his channel where he's covering every single video game ever made in chronological order, which I've been helping him on the Coco side of things with. I will mention too, Jeff, his channel, he took a bit of a hiatus for a little bit of time there last week. He's come back, and it was getting to be too much to research to do an hour show 5 days a week, and plus he's got a newborn, etc. So he's actually cut the show down to half an hour. So you don't expect any more 1 hour shows at this point, but it's still a half hour show every weekday. So it's still a lot of fun. He's interactive with the chat. I've seen a lot of cool things. I'll be covering one in the Game On News here a little bit later too. About a Coco, another Coco first out of the entire video game industry type thing. But you'll have to wait till I get to that far before I tell you what it is. And then the last one after that is Tandy Assembly, September 27th, 29th in Springfield, Ohio at the Courtyard by Marriott Springfield. And I think they haven't got the speakers and stuff up in there yet because it's, a fair ways off yet still. But that one's already, the hotels are ready to go. The blocks are already reserved. You can actually start booking hotel rooms there. And yeah, so that's the shows we've got currently lined up for now so far. And if Soupy or anybody else remembers some other ones I should be putting on this list, please let me know in the Discord. And that's it for the show. So I think we should take one more commercial break before I hit the news and the game on news.
Okay.
Hi, I'm John.
And I'm Aaron of the Coco Show.
And you're watching or listening to the CoCoNation, the live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its cousins.
All hail the Coco Nation.
In a world where RGB produces black and white video, one cable can make a difference. Switcheroo. Coco3ScartCable.com.
G'day from the land down under, where toilets flush backwards and thongs are a respectable form of casual footwear. I am Nick Morentes and I have been developing games for the Coco for over 35 years. Welcome to the CoCoNation, the interactive live video talk show for all enthusiasts of the Coco family of computers.
Hi, I'm L Curtis Boyle. I'm Ken Waters of Canadian Retro Things, and you're watching the CoCoNation Show.
Only the bravest souls enter. Only the most cunning return. Defeat innumerable monsters to ransom the king's scepter, stolen by the evil wizard. Your sword, shield, and wits are your only allies. Pray you find a magical inn as your only respite in the forest of doom.
For the Tandy color computer 1, 2, and 3.
November 2017, if you dare.
When you want the latest in TRS-80, Tandy, Dragon, MC10, and all of their hardware cousins, no matter what it takes, or where news breaks, from around the world to your nation. The CoCoNation News with L Curtis Boyle.
Okay, I'm just going to lump together the game on news and the regular news here into one big long sequence, just because we know Mark has to get going here. So start off with the game on news. So first of all, the CRPG Addict website, which covers a lot of role-playing games, covered another Coco one here called Scepter of Kazurgla. I have no idea if I'm pronouncing that correctly. And
I don't think it's meant to be pronounced correctly.
yeah, exactly. Which actually did have a sequel, which unfortunately is one of those lost titles that nobody's been able to find, including the original author, because I have been in contact with him. But I will say he's not too impressed with the game. It's not a high-end game, to be honest. And he does a very thorough review of it. I don't think it's quite as bad as he says, considering what else was available in the Coco back in 82 when this came out. But it's a fairly simple one. The one thing that I found a little bit innovative, it creates these little random mazes for each level, and your goal is to get across from the left side to the right side to get out the door, and there's like monsters and treasures and stuff you can get in between. But on the later levels, it actually gets complicated enough where the walls are actually blocked, and you actually have to attack the walls to break a hole through them to get through to the other side, which I thought was kind of a neat little thing. He wasn't too impressed with it, though. But he like the other guy that does all of the war games, do very, very thorough reviews, and they rate them against each other across all platforms and what else was available at the time. They also rate it as, is this a playable game for the modern type gamer? And most of the time, these older games are not. They're very much a product of their time type thing. But an interesting review of it, and this is a game that is actually one of the few I added to my site semi recently. Here's an ad showing the actual sequel, Conquest of Kroeker, and that's the one we haven't been able to find yet. And then he has some other ones that are reviewed at the same time here on other platforms as well that have nothing to do with Xergo. But if you're into role-playing games, I would definitely check out this guy's site. He's got a lot of cool stuff in there. He's covered other Coco games in the past. And that's a new one here that was just released this last week. Next after that, we have a couple of games from Jim Jerry. The first one is called Swordsman, originally by H. Walwyn in 1983. And this was originally released for the Coco and the Dragon 32, actually. So he's backported to the MC10. And that's, of course, being keyboard controlled. I don't think he's got a joystick version of this for the MC10. It does have that joystick adapter. He's adapted a few of his games, too. And I'll just fast forward a little bit to the actual gameplay part. You can see kind of you're the player in the middle that's, kind of a swordsman, and then you've got different creatures that come up to you from the right, kind of scrolling across, and you have to attack them at the exact right time to kill them, or they kill you. And the first game he played on this little video here, he's dying a lot, so I'll fast forward to when he gets a little bit better at it. And you got different monsters too, and they have stupid names, like here it's their gangrene goat coming after you. And I thought it was a pretty interesting mix, though, because he mixes some of the semi-graphics characters as well, some of the text characters, to make an animated guy that swings a sword and stuff, or animated, snakes.
Interesting take on the bent legs and so forth. I haven't really seen that.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty cool. I've never seen this, the original Coco and Dragon version of this. I've never seen before. So, given the limitations of a 32 by 16 screen, he's done a pretty good job of it.
Rocking thing.
And the guy's like actually arches his arm back to do the stab of the sword and everything. Here's a dandruffed bear. Like some of the names.
I love these. I love these names.
Yes.
I absolutely love these names.
Yeah. Gangrene goat, dandruffed bear.
The dandruff bear is
the
hard.
Pickled albatross. It's worth playing the game just for the names, I think, honestly.
Yeah, tell me about it.
But the gameplay itself looks pretty good. This is one I may have to give it a shot. Here's one for your Game On challenge there, Ken. I have no idea how the point system works either. A North Sea boil. Okay. Anyway, a pretty interesting one. I'd never seen that one before.
I wonder if the names are randomly generated.
I bet they are. It's the two adjective noun thing that.
It could be, or it looks like he's sometimes matched like a gangrene goat. Both are G's, so maybe he's got specific lists. I never looked at the listing to find out. And then he did another RPG style game here called The Wizard's Tower, written by Stephen C. Mitchell in 1982. And this was also originally on the Coco, and another one I don't remember seeing. And this is a bit more of a traditional style. And it reminds me a little bit of Quest by Aardvark, to be honest. So you get to pick your character. I'll just fast forward a bit to the actual gameplay here. And you get to buy your items. But basically it draws this little map, and then it's got some real-time movement of creatures and stuff, and then you can wander into towns and castles and battle creatures or try to run away, etc. So it's a bit more of a traditional RPG than, say, the previous one. The previous one's more of almost like a side-scrolling fighter almost in a weird way. But those of you who've played Quest, the screen layout even looks somewhat similar, except that they have the hard, black line on the bottom, reserved for your extra commands on the bottom, whereas Quest actually had a river in the middle that you had to eventually, get equipment enough to cross it. So a couple of good Coco ports to the MC10 there by Jim. Next up, Chronologica Gaming covered this one Coco game still in September of 1982. And this is the one that surprised me, that Tandy's Tennis Cart is the first tennis game that isn't a simple Pong game style that appeared on any home computer, period. There were ones for game consoles. There was, Television had some, Atari 2600 had some. I think the ColecoVision might even have by this point. Some of the other ones, maybe the Fairchild or something did. So there were some video game consoles that had tennis games along this line, but none of the other computers did. The Apple II, the Atari 8-bits. This was the first one on all of the home computers, which is quite a surprise to me. Now, it's not like the highest end game in the world. At least it has a couple of options for one or two players, and you got simple controls or hard controls or advanced controls. The simple one is basically as long as your guy's near the ball, it'll hit it back. And the other one, you have to actually hit the button. There's a little bit of English you can do. If you hit it coming from left to right, it'll go off to the left, I think it is, and then vice versa. So you can kind of, depending on how fast you can get to where the ball is and then move while you're hitting it, you can kind of steer the ball a little bit too. The computer player is pretty good, so it's not exactly that enticing to play it with the computer because it's a bit too predictable. It's a lot more fun with 2 players simultaneous. So I'd highly recommend that. And for those of you who've not seen the game, I'm sure most of you have, but I'll play a little bit. It's a low res. It runs in 4K RAM on the card, so don't expect miracles.
Corporation at sometime in September 1982. So here we go. Our screen gives us 1 player versus computer, which was what I'm
further ahead here.
And hit the A button to smack. Oh, it's really fast on expert mode. All I did in my playtest was beginner. Yeah, it is really, really quick. I have to get in the game.
Let's even go to like the shadow of the ball so you can tell what the height of the ball is and stuff. It's a fairly well done one. Next up, Tri-Cup 1974, which is Retro Rick, I believe. He's done a couple of videos this past week, and he hasn't done videos for a couple months before that. So one was a playthrough of King Tut, and as far as I know, out of everybody that's played King Tut so far, I think he's the only one that's actually finished the 5th level where it wraps back to the 1st. So he's actually got a demo, a video there, a full playthrough of levels 1 through 5. 23 minutes long, so I'm not going to do it. And they also did a long play of his game, Ladderman 2, which is one of the better basic games I've seen recently. Sorry, what was that? Oh, okay. Did I just hear that?
Yeah, it sounded like Missy.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a question I was talking over. So he's got a couple of these longer videos. His Ladderman 2, which we have covered, I think, a year or two ago, is a very well done basic game. In fact, it almost looks like a low level assembly game. The gameplay is quite good. He's got good animations. He's got animated fire in the background.
All right.
Oh,
I think I'm starting to get the pushes now.
Nick, you're on. Can you mute Nick?
It's 8:30 now. Do you want to come around
Mark?
9:30?
I can come around as soon as I can. The kids, my name.
There we go.
There. I didn't want a private conversation going over there. So anyway, Rick did a couple of these long play videos. Now, the one unfortunate thing is that he's using a really old version of MAME, and the screen aspect ratio is completely wrong when you record videos with that old version of MAME. So everything's stretched twice as wide as it should be. And I'll just play a little bit of the King Tut here just so you can kind of see what I'm talking about. I hope you can update it, but you can see how stretched that is. It's probably a bit loud. Let me lower that a bit here. And here's King Tut for those of you who've not actually seen it yet because you haven't joined the Game On Challenge. And why haven't you? I think if I remember, he's actually got checkpoints so you can actually see the different levels and stuff too. So I know I like Ken Waters here. I found it quite a fun game. So hopefully you guys will give it a shot. It does take a bit of time to get used to, but the candle unlighting where the screen goes green the last 10 seconds and then you get this really restricted area where you can just see your immediate surroundings and you have to kind of blindly get through it. It actually is, it's fairly innovative. I haven't seen another game that quite does that type of thing for this type of a game. And it's actually quite a lot of fun once you get used to it. Next up, this is an update to a story we covered a while ago. So this guy at elksoft.com, he's done a version of Demon Attack called Demon Attack X, and this is based on the Coco version of Demon Attack, which is his favorite. So out of the Ataris and C64s and others that had it, this was his favorite version, and he started updating it for Windows, basically. And this latest update here has added a few things, including a few things that were never in the original, which are actually sound kind of cool. And he's got a description of it down here. Unfortunately, he didn't demonstrate some of the best new features here on the video. So unfortunately, I'm not going to bother playing the video because basically it's just playing Demon Attack like we're used to saying. But he's added 2-player simultaneous mode, and the demons now take 2 hits to kill. So you have 2 players playing at the same time on the same screen, both shooting demons, and the demons now take 2 hits. That sounds like fun. That I definitely want to try. He's got a new AGA color mode with 96 possible color combinations, so you can actually get outside of just the artifact colors. He's also got a high score table with names of up to 100 players. New tracker-based musical scores. There's a hidden mode added and a bunch of other things too. He includes a source code, and he does not charge for this. It's a free download on his itch.io page. So if you're into Demon Attack on the Coco version specifically, originally by Magic and sold by Tandy, and you want to try a much enhanced version of it on a modern machine, I would definitely go check this out. It looks like a lot of fun. Next up, we've talked about the 10-liner basic programming contest for 2024 previously. And here's one of the first entries that actually involves a Coco. So Marco Spedaletti, hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, has released Falling Balls for the 10-liner contest, and he's using the Extreme 56. Now, I will mention, I don't have any video of this yet. I just got screenshots, and this actually runs on multiple machines. It runs on Atari 8-bits as well, and I think the CPC or the Amstrad or something like that. I think he's also got a version. But this is using UG Basic. Now, those of you that are involved in the Coco Discord have probably seen the UG Basic channel. And this is a compiler basic that is meant to be cross-compiled from modern machines to older machines, and adds a whole bunch of stuff. Like, it's a really advanced basic, sprites and all kinds of stuff in there. And he wrote it in that UG Basic. So this entire game fits into 10 lines and is available on multiple machines. And he's actually got some screenshots of that on his page. Here's his little title card for it. And this will be being voted on for, the best 10-liner in the particular category he's in. So I'm kind of curious to see if this is going to win or not, because it's kind of different, using a cross platform compiler. But here's the HIO page. And once again, you can get the download link for this directly from the show notes that are already up on the Discord. But you can see this. Here's the Atari 8-bit version here. And he's got it listed here also on the Amstrad CPC 664. So the Atari 8-bits, 400, 800 XL, XE, and also the Coco 1 and 2. So here's the Atari version. And then here's the P-Mode 3 Coco version. And to fit a game like this with text and everything else on a graphics screen, normally you would never be able to do that in 10 lines of BASIC, but because he's using the UG Basic compiler, which has a lot of this functionality built into its basic commands, you can technically write the game in 10 lines. So, and you actually go take a look at the actual source code if you want to. I won't cover it here because we're kind of in a bit of a hurry here, but looks good. I haven't had a chance to try this. I was wondering if anybody in the panel has had a chance to try this since it was announced a few days ago.
No. Like the concept. How to do it.
Yeah. But for 10 lines of BASIC, I'm really curious to see how involved the gameplay and stuff is. So this is definitely one I do want to try. Hopefully I'll get some time this week.
This is the whole thing of BASIC that runs on a modern computer can do a lot more with the Coco hardware than a BASIC that runs on the Coco could do. So
well, this runs on a Coco. This actually does run a Coco.
I understand it runs on a Coco, but the BASIC.
Yeah, the BASIC's a whole other level, and it basically compiles down to assembly.
Right, and the thing that it comes up with will run on a Coco, which is much more than any BASIC that the Coco hosted could do. So I'd like to see.
I know Erico and Eric Canals have both been playing with UG Basic quite a bit, and they've been pretty darn impressed. And this is still a work in progress. He's still adding stuff and fixing bugs. He's adding a ton of Coco 3 support right now for the higher graphics modes and controlling the gimme and double speed and interrupts and everything else. So it's definitely making a lot of progress. It's a pretty cool project, just UG Basic by itself. But I like seeing all these 10-line BASIC competitions too and see what they can pull off of it.
Which means like micro BASIC or something, right? The U being micro, not actually a U. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, micro graphics BASIC, I think is what it technically stands for, though somebody I'm sure can correct me if I'm wrong. If Alan Murphy's still on the call, I think he's actually fiddled with this a little bit too. I don't know. Alan, have you played with this much? Or are you even at your mic?
Oh, just fighting with Zoom. Yeah, it's micro game basic.
And have you played with the latest iterations of it much recently?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
Somebody found a deluxe Coco.
Right.
Yeah, that has been kind of distracting, I have to admit. Yeah. Anyway, that's it for the Game On News, but definitely go check this out. I'd like to see if anybody of you guys have time over the next week, if you guys can download it. Like I said, this is a free game and it's entered in the contest. Maybe if you record a quick little video of the gameplay or even just come on the show and actually talk about it a little bit, I'd love to get a review of it from somebody. Okay, so that covers the Game On News. Now we'll get into the regular news. And find the right one. There we are. Okay, so TRS-80 computer programming on YouTube released a couple of videos this week. The first one is actually does a bit of a break from doing some of the game development he's been doing Coco Ultimate and stuff recently. So this is basically just how parentheses work with math operations. I'm not going to play that because it's a rather dry subject to play on a live stream, but kind of explains, you know, as an example, the title here is why A minus parentheses B plus C parentheses equals A minus B minus C. So basically it's just teaching how the order of operations and stuff in math work. And that definitely comes in handy, you know, if you're programming in BASIC or any language for that matter, because that actually makes a pretty huge difference if you put those parentheses in different spots.
Can I jump in to say Basic 09 will change your code for you if you do it wrong?
Yeah, it actually does some syntax checking and fixing on its own as the
it will change
interlines.
your parentheses around and get rid of the superfluous ones and do things like you just saw in that title.
Yep.
And you'll wonder why your code changed that way. It's because Basic 09 is smarter than you.
And Wayne Campbell's decom decompiler, the Basic 09 decompiler, actually does the opposite. It goes for broke and puts in parentheses all over the place just to make darn sure that order of operations is exactly as it was disassembled. But you can then fix that up afterwards and kind of shrink your code a little bit because you won't need as many parentheses, but better safe than sorry, definitely in that case. And the second one is he did a Coco Ultimate sound test. Now, because he's doing strictly basic, this is using play commands. I can imagine what he could do with the Deluxe Coco here with the AY chip and that new noise command and stuff, but he's doing some high pitched things, you know, to, you know, simulate a sword hit or something. So I'll just play a brief little clip. And this is something I always had fun programming basic games back in the 80s myself, is that the play command with a tempo of 255, and if you've, you know, vary the octaves and vary the volume settings, you could actually get some pretty decent sound effects out of the play command. Because basically it's jamming the notes together even faster than the 60 hertz interrupt does. So you definitely could get some pretty interesting effects. Galactic Trek, which is a game published in Color Computer News magazine in '82, actually made some pretty good sound effects with a lot of volume swells and stuff too that were pretty cool. George Jansen has released the final lesson concerning his 128 stars demo for the Coco 3, and this is an assembly language series for the Coco 3 specifically. So we've got multiple ones. Henry's putting one on, Coco Town's putting another one on, and we've got some others in existence from Steve Bjork and others that show you how to do Coco 1 and 2 specifically stuff, but there hasn't been really a lot for teaching you how to do Coco 3 stuff, like how do you handle an MMU? How do you handle palette registers and all that kind of stuff? And George has kind of picked up the torch and that has been doing this series. And his last version here, which is the kind of the final version of the 128 stars, he kind of explains, you know, how the code works, how the parameter options work, because you can actually modify stuff on the fly as it's running to see how it works. And I'll just play a little bit of that so you guys can see what he's actually programming it for.
At the top we got speed, and we've got these dashes. I'm calling that speedometer, and that's the speed we're going to. If I hit F, we'll add one. See, we add one to it and it goes faster. If I hit S to slow it down, we'll erase one of them. So that's what we're talking about in this speed line. Okay.
And he's got it so you can actually scroll the stars in all four basic directions. You can speed up and slow them down. And he's got the complete source code. And once again, you can get the source code on his channel on our Discord here, so you don't have to type it all in yourself. I personally find that if you type it in yourself, it tends to stick in your head better, so you'll actually learn more. But, you know, if you're pressed for time. Next up, Retro Rewind announced this past week that they are actually putting an ANSI BBS online that you can log into both from a web interface, or you can use an ANSI compatible terminal program and log in through, you know, the telnet clients, like what is it, the xmodem it's called, and some other things too. And Ron Delvaux, I was going to ask if you're still here. You've actually fiddled a lot more with these terminal programs than I have as far as logging into modern, you know, BBSs over the net, using both NetMate by Roger Taylor and Twilight Terminal by Sockmaster. And I'd mentioned that this one's available now too. Ron, did you get a chance to try it out and see how this looked on?
Yeah, it's just pretty much like the other ones. Easy to get in, navigate. They had to set my screen width. And then next time I went in, I had to do it again. It doesn't stick. I don't know why, but
Did you create an account or did you just log in?
Yeah, create account.
Okay.
I think you have a chance to be a guest.
Because I did notice here on the bottom, like the screenshot, he's actually got, it says Zeus BBS is running on Amiga 4000, but he's actually got an Amiga C64 Coco section here. So is that like stuff for sale or is that his
I didn't
message
go and
forms?
look at it. I just got in and saw what it was like and scrolled around, and I was actually kind of working on the version of NetMate that Roger Taylor gave me. So I wasn't I was exploring at the same time and trying to use the features of the NetMate program.
Okay.
So, but it's nice.
Actually,
anything, these days there's not a whole lot to choose from. I mean, it isn't like there's thousands. There's maybe 50 or so, it seems like.
Does that say Hysteria?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay.
Ron, if we're going to do a Ron's Garage segment next week, though, if you maybe want to demonstrate this, that'd be kind of cool to see it.
Yeah, I could show a screen capture and do it.
Ah, do it live. Nothing ever goes wrong when we do it live.
No. I don't.
Plus, that'd be kind of cool to see Frank. You can actually see what it looks like from the Coco logging into his Amiga
I'd have
4000.
to hold the camera onto the Coco screen because I don't know of a way to do it with the emulator yet. I've never tried it that way.
Okay.
Have you guys gone online using NetMate on the?
I wish David Ladd was here because I'm pretty sure he has, but
Has he?
I'm assuming some people might have on that.
Yeah, I
panel.
haven't even tried because it's just complicated enough doing it the other way. I use I'm old school. I use what I've used over the years, and it's called S-Term 2.0, and I run that on an older PC laptop and uses COM4, and I can load in the BBS from the software on the PC, or I can do it from the computer screen by saying telnet address and 23 or whatever.
Yeah.
For the it's good.
Okay.
You
Yeah,
guys
because I
saw-
know some of the people in the Discord with Frank on his channel on the Amiga's Discord actually posted some screenshots of like looking at this from say another Amiga or a PC or a Apple II GS, and I really wanted to do some comparison shots.
So what is that? What are
What
we
is what?
looking at there? That's not a Coco, right?
No, this is just literally the web page.
Oh. Yeah, that's another thing. You can do telnet on your PC, right?
Yeah, but we all know what PC, how they display ANSI graphics. That's I want to see what it looks like on a Coco.
Sure.
Right.
I do. I might have some screenshots on the BBS. Coco BBS. It's another one of those groups of the thousands I have.
Yeah.
That you could go look at stuff.
Well, like I said, the reason I want to see if you or somebody else can get some screenshots of this is just to show Frank what his board, his BBS looks like from a Coco, since he actually sells Coco stuff. It'd be kind of cool.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll put something up.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Yep.
Next up, this is kind of an ad, not really. We've talked about it a bit before. So Blue SCSI is basically a hardware replacement for doing basically an SSD style drive on a SCSI interface. Now, before the Burke and Burke came out and dropped the prices of hard drives on the Coco pretty drastically from anything previous to it, the most popular interfaces we had was SASE and SCSI, SCSI being much more advanced. In fact, SCSI, Kenton Electronics actually had a version of it. You could run 2 Cocos on one hard drive, which they demonstrated at Rainbow Fest, which was awesome. Now, hard drives, like SCSI hard drives are old. They're not really manufactured anymore, so basically they're dying. But I know some people in the Coco community really like the SCSI controllers because SCSI was quite advanced as far as a hard drive interface. And you could handle like much more drives on it than say, a PC style, because a PC style wants you maximum 2 drives per controller, whereas a SCSI could have up to 7 or something like that. So JCM, Joe's Computer Museum, is one of the people that manufactures and sells the Blue SCSI, which is basically kind of like the Coco STC of SCSI. And I know Joel Evie on the MM1 group and Facebook managed to back up his old SCSI hard drive from his MM1, which was starting to fail, onto a Blue SCSI. Now he's running completely on the Blue SCSI. He's not touching the original hard drive at all anymore. And I know David Ladd is doing this as well. I was wondering on the panel or in the chat, how many of you actually out there still have SCSI-based controllers, whether it's a Diskmaster or a Canton or Disto or whatever, that might be interested in getting this to actually run the SD card style things as your SCSI and still use your old SCSI controller, and would be interested in something like this.
I have a Delmar 5 parked for time. I think I'm going to need this before I spin up the hard drive again.
Okay, so that's a SCSI based system too then?
Yeah, the Delmar was a.
I mean, I know what it is because it's a System 4 and the System 5 and ran OSK, but for the viewers that aren't familiar with it.
Right, and I can't remember. Hazelwood made the underlying computer, and it's all SCSI based and actually PC style video controller. So it's kind of a weird mix.
Yeah,
it runs OSK, and mine worked when it was parked, but I would really hate to waste any more hours on the hard drive as it exists. I technically have all the install floppies. Do I really want to try to install OSK on the Delmar 5? No. So, yeah, I'm going to have to buy one of these and figure out how to quickly do a SCSI transfer from the spinny drive to this thing.
I mean, theoretically, you just plug this in as a second drive. I'm assuming it has the same jumper type thing SCSI would have, and then you just copy, right?
I'm thinking, yeah, on a modern computer, you could run this and the old drive on a SCSI and do the transfer reliably with new hardware.
Oh, you think your SCSI controller itself is starting to fail, not just the drive?
Well, no, I don't want to put any hours on the drive faffing around. I want to, try to change OSK to have a second SCSI drive and do the transfer.
Well, didn't this thing emulate a host for the purposes of transfer?
Well, I think it's a SCSI drive itself. So I could use a modern machine with my old SCSI drive and this thing and do the copy and then shove it in my Delmar, and hopefully that goes. And I haven't done any unneeded stress or strain.
Okay.
And I still have the floppies. I could probably do a real adventure, but I'm getting old and I don't.
No, Joel was definitely much preferring using the SD card solution here. He did that and he got it done basically in one night. He was done. He was up and running.
And now you're reliable and you've got copies for your hard drive as fast as you want to copy that SD card.
Tom Eric Gunderson in the chat is saying he thinks the latest Blue SCSI has direct backup if you connect an HD. Ooh, that'd be pretty cool if that works.
Like what I was mentioning, that it emulated a host.
Oh, okay. I'm going to buy one of them.
Anyway, I'd be really curious if anybody still has SCSI controllers for CoCos and see if this type of thing, because this is already running on Apple IIs and some other Macs and other things too that have the older style SCSI, the original SCSI, not ultra wide or all the other stuff that happened later on. But for those of you who have SCSI controllers, and like I said, the controllers were quite advanced. I mean, IDE is roughly based on the protocol that SCSI uses, but it's much more primitive. Like you can't share hosts and stuff like that. So you could do some pretty powerful things with this. Just having a SCSI controller. And I know we had various, Matthew Thompson did what the heck was his SCSI 4.7 driver for Nitrous 9 and OS 9. Was really, really fast. It did a lot of good buffering techniques and stuff. There's actually SCSI for reading CD-ROMs too, if I remember correctly. Was done at some point.
Yeah, that Yggdrasil thing said you needed certain SCSI CD-ROM drivers to install it. So,
yeah.
Case in point.
Anyway, they're not expensive. Joel Evie has already tried it and done his entire M1 backup and is now running his M1 off one of these. So I'd be curious if anybody has a Coco and has a SCSI controller and has a drive that may be dying, or they want to back up and then just use the SSD, which is of course quieter and faster. I will mention too, Joel Evie has actually released a 3D print model publicly that you can use on the M1 to create a little faceplate for it so that it'll look like a clean drive, but it just has a little slot for the SD card as opposed to this big open board sticking out the front of the case. So you can get that as well too. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of mention that because he's had a really good span of luck using it on his M1. I'm kind of curious if anybody on the Coco that it still has SCSI drives, because I'm trying to remember if Alan Huffman is here, I'd ask him because I think that's what he had. But some of the stuff like the SideQuests and the Jazz drives and the what's the predecessor to the Jazz drive? The 44 meg cartridge style and 88 meg cartridge style SideQuests. I think most of those in the Coco were done using SCSI too, weren't they?
Adaptec, did they have any?
Box.
Adaptec just made the controllers and stuff. That's a hardware manufacturer. What would you
What
say,
was
Mark?
that?
Zip. Thank you, James Jones. Yeah, zip drive. That's what I think Alan had too.
Zip drive, and then there was 100
Zip
meg
drive before
super
that
drive.
was the Bernoulli box. Yeah, the LS-120.
Mark,
Super drive, yeah.
your cat killed your mic.
Yeah.
In the
You're-
early days, didn't they have it so that you could take
here.
could take a
Hello.
they could take a Seagate drive like 20 meg or 40 meg, like 20 meg, and make it a SCSI.
No, those were MFM drives that
Yeah.
that you're thinking about.
I mean, they switched to RLL, and that was supposed to be faster.
That's MFM. That's like the PC
Okay.
standard.
All right, I was thinking
It's
maybe
like the Burke and Burke.
Yeah, SCSI's not just drives. I mean, SCSI was used for scanners and all kinds of stuff. So I mean,
You name it. Yeah, it was the USB of
it stood for small computer systems interface.
System
or something like that.
interface. Yes.
Yeah. So it covered it.
They even had floppy drives on SCSI.
Yep. I had an LS-120 on my Mac. That was SCSI back
Well,
in
the
the day.
idea was supposed to be faster, right? All around.
Oh yeah.
Well, not just
time,
faster,
yeah.
it's just a more powerful protocol. You could hook up to 8 devices at once, and if you got into ultra wide and stuff, you get up to 32 all on the same chain with same controller.
I don't know anybody that could afford more than 1 or 2 drives back then.
Well, that was why we all had Burke and Burks. Nobody could afford SCSI.
Yeah, even the old SASE drives back then, 5 meg for only $1,000. You still need a
Yeah.
controller yet. Anyway, I'd be curious because these are fairly cheap, and for people that have other machines, other retro machines that use SCSI, that would be kind of interesting to see if this would work on the Coco.
I'll have a report in a few months.
Okay, cool.
Isn't it true though? Even with these other big drives, you're still dealing with a 150K floppy image.
No, if you're in disk basic, yeah. If you're in OS9 and Nitrostein, no. You can go up to a 4 gig drive if you want.
Okay.
Right. I wonder what OSK can cram into that blue
What are you
SCSI.
showing
We'll
us there,
find out.
Slippy?
This is my blue SCSI external.
It's vanishing into your background.
Put it in front of your face.
And of course, nobody in the stream is seeing it because they're seeing me. So let me just stop sharing.
Okay. It's a
Show
nice
the-
little thing.
Spin it. Flip it.
This is the external one. It plugs into a back of a Macintosh.
Yeah. Okay.
They're quite nice.
Yeah, I've heard good stories from Mac people and Joel and a few others too. So
Yeah. Yeah, I as I was talking to you the other day, I was asking if how many SCSI interfaces were available for the Coco, because I wanted to get one so that I could try it on the Coco. But it seems that people want real money for any SCSI interface for the Coco.
Oh yeah.
So
Canton's tasty. Bring up some dollars though.
yeah.
yeah. Well, Canton still had the most impressive SCSI demo on a Coco I've ever seen. It was Coco 2s. This is before the Coco 3 even came out. So this would have been 86 Rainbow Fest in May. And the Coco didn't get announced in September. And he had 2 Coco 2s hooked up to one drive, and they're both running simultaneously, saving, loading files, swapping disk images, from one drive. So if you wanted to make a cheap network, you could just make little swap files on the drive, and the 2 Cocos could talk to each other. It was pretty impressive, actually. Okay, back to share. There we go. Okay, this was a follow-up. We covered this, I think, last week or the week before, where TJBChris has got a Network 3 controller from Tandy. Now, this is when they switched from being cassette-based, like the Network 1 and the 2, which were Coco 1 compatible. And this is where they switched to serial ports. Now, the original Radio Shack catalogs and promotional flyers, except for Network 3, did say that the Coco was going to be a client. It would not be able to be a host, but it would be a client for this. But that never actually happened. Tandy never did sell it that way. Even though they sold cables and advertised cables and stuff for it and everything else. Well, Chris actually went through and reverse engineered how the whole thing worked. I'm not going to play the video because it's 37 minutes, but definitely worth your time to watch. But he actually gets it working with, I think he used a Model 12 as his host, but he actually figured out the protocols and actually wrote some programs, and he actually does have them talking to each other over the serial port. So now for the first time ever, the Network 3 actually is running on a Coco. And because it's serial based and not cassette based, and of course we hit those problems where the Coco 1's cassette is a little bit different than the Coco 2s and the Coco 3. So they actually, the Network 1 and 2s do not work on a Coco 2 or 3 because of some volume differences or voltages or something. I can't remember what the details were. But this is just bit banger serial or Deluxe RS-232 on a Deluxe CoCo perchance. This actually would work fine. And he's got some more software to write here. He basically just got enough to test it and be able to communicate back and forth between them. But yeah, it's all up and running. So where the CoCo is now an actual denizen of the Network 3 controller. And this is, of course, up to 16 serial ports. Now, the Bitbanger port, and he explains this in the video, does not have all the lines that are required, which is why you can only make it a client. The host server technically can send out stuff on, I think it's the DSR line, to verify if somebody's on the network, on the serial network, and the CoCo can't respond to that. So the CoCo basically, you just have to keep jamming out numbers until it finally registers something. TJ, Chris actually explains it a lot better than I'm trying to do it right now. But basically, the CoCo version was a bit limited. Now, if you actually used an RS-232 pack or Deluxe CoCo with an RS-232 chip built in, or a Dragon 32 or 3064 with a chip built in, I think you probably could make it a full partner in the network and actually run just like a Model 1, 3, 12, 16 could run. So pretty interesting stuff there. But he's got some more follow-ups to do as he gets more software done. Definitely worth watching, though. Next up, Coco Town released Assembly Language Sound Part 3. And this goes through some algorithms that Simon has come up with to use the H-Sync as a interrupt to control the sound source with a fairly decent rate. I'm not going to go into the description here. You definitely want to watch this video if you're learning assembly language on the CoCo. And this part here specifically applies to CoCo 1, 2, or 3. Though with double speed, you get a bit more time on your H-Sync. Plus, you can use the gimme timer to be even more precise. But he uses the overflow trick here because the way that Tandy hooked up the H-Sync is to the IRQ, not the FIRQ, which means there's a lot of overhead of pushing every single register in the stack and pulling them all off in an RTI, which takes a lot of time. So basically, you got about 3/4 of the interrupt service routine just pushing registers on and off, and then you got 1/4 of it left to actually do any work. Like you get 13, 14 cycles on a CoCo 1 or 2. So he's using the same technique here that Simon Jonason did in his demo, and Nick used on some of his later games like Jumpin' Joey and Pipes, where you basically just purposely overflow the time span of an H-Sync so that you're bleeding into the second one. Then you do the RTI. So you get a mix a couple voices together, do some other things, maybe even some no-ops if you have to. And basically that means that the CPU is spending 51% of its time servicing sound and 49% doing other things, rather than more like an 80-20 split type thing, where it's sucking all the CPU time for sound. And my favorite quote he did in here is that he took a look at Simon's code, and Simon's got oscillators and other stuff, and he said, I can make this a lot simpler for teaching this, type thing. So he wrote a much simpler routine. And he said, yeah, I went through it and I simplified it, so much. It's so much easier to understand. The only small problem with it is it doesn't work. And that was probably my favorite quote of the entire article. So definitely you can kind of go down the same rabbit hole he did type thing. But it's definitely worthwhile. If you want to learn how sound actually works and how to do background sound on a strict timing basis based on RQs on a CoCo 1 and 2, this is definitely a good tutorial for you. I definitely highly recommend it. Michael Pitsley, who's the guy we covered last week, and you can probably see down here, he actually did a couple BBS logins using both Netmate and Twilight Terminal to compare them. But he actually has now been doing, if you remember from way back, he used to do a lot of the educational multimedia titles that Tandy sold, like, learning Spanish and all kinds of stuff, where basically you'd have cassettes that would load in programs as they went, but they also had actual audio recorded in between them, and it would actually use the motor on and audio on commands to actually have background speech or music or whatever while it was showing animated graphics and stuff showing whatever you're trying to learn. So what he's done here is he's done a 16-part series on fractions that was done by Dorset. So this is not one that was sold by Tandy. This was sold third party. Now, there was a few educational publishers back in the day that didn't sell through Tandy. I think Dorset was one, Fosset or something like that was another. Because the CoCo was quite common in classrooms, not in my area, unfortunately, but I know some other people definitely did have CoCos, including Network 2 control, CoCos all linked together. And this is that type of series done by a company that did not sell through Radio Shack. And this covers for ages 4 to 8, going through fractions. And you can see on the screenshots and some of these videos here, they've definitely got graphic animation stuff. They have huge, special character fonts and stuff done to, draw fractions and stuff properly, instead of what you just do with your basic. So it's all in P mode 4.
And
But
there's
this
sound
kind
throughout it.
Yeah, there's speech throughout it. I mean, you can actually listen to the person, the teacher, kind of explaining things while it's drawing the stuff on the screen and illustrating what it's talking about. And it's a 16-part series on it. So he's done that before. Some of these other ones, like we covered the Clyde Tombaugh discovering Pluto with Clyde's actual voice telling you about him discovering Pluto before he passed away. So that was really cool. But this is kind of just showing the very, very early, like 1982, 83, what multimedia was. And the Coco was actually at the forefront of that, thanks to the way the cassette interface was designed. So definitely, I don't know if I'd recommend watching all this unless you want to teach your kid fractions and you can just kind of watch over their shoulder. But
I have a Coco one that was in school in Rochester, New York, and I think that's where I got the interface that feeds to all the other computers.
Oh, the Network 2 or Network 1?
Network 2, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I could use a refresher.
Yeah, these are well done. They're actually good educational tools even today. Because I mean, fractions have not really changed, in the last few hundred years. So next up, Guillaume Major, the person that runs the Color Computer Archive. If you recall, Michael Pitsley, the guy that we just talked about that did these videos here for the Dorset educational series, he's also the person that went through all the Orchestra 90 disc images. There's 78 of them in the archive, and actually created an index list of what every song on every disc and where to find them is. So Guillaume actually went in here and he's actually modified the Orchestra 90 color computer software to use the discon routines instead of the hard-coded disk access it did before, which meant it could only run on real floppies. Now it's compatible with DriveWire, the Drive Pack by Roger Taylor, and the Coco SDCs, and you can actually download the new software that Guillaume has created. And he's actually got the index file built into it as well, so you can actually look up what disk and file if you're looking for a particular song is, and that's now available on the Color Computer Archive. So much thanks to both Michael and to Guillaume for creating this and making it a lot easier to play with this. So if any of you have Orchestra 90 or their clones and want to hear some of the the 4-voice music and stuff with a full 8-bit stereo sound, it's nice and easy to use now. Carlos Camacho found this. This is kind of interesting. I hadn't heard of this before, but as he mentions in the description here on the Facebook Coco group, he says, here's a cool project from the Air Force that used a Coco. And I'm going, huh? I still don't really know what the project actually does here. And you hardware guys could probably explain this a lot better than I could, but there's a PCM processor and it's linked to a bunch of things like signal conditioners and bit timers and shift generators and a bunch of other hardware terminology. I have no idea what they're talking about. But if you see at the bottom there, it says display processor microcomputer system, Tandy color computer. So this the Tandy Coco was actually used to show what it's doing, and they were planning future enhancements with like printer output and stuff too. I don't know too much else about this project. If Carlos was in the chat, I'd ask him, but pretty interesting. There's been rumors of the Coco being involved with the shuttle before, and I know for sure OS9 and 6809s were. I don't think the Coco itself specifically was, but here's one that actually mentions the Coco by name.
Kind of looking like
Yeah,
they're
if you have
using
a
the Coco as a video display.
Yep.
Right, you have a 68,000 processor in the primary unit, so a Coco fits right in.
Not only that, but they spelled color the Air Force way.
Well, but as far as
the
bus
incorrect
timing,
way.
yeah, if you get a 68,000, hook it up to a Coco, that makes perfect sense.
Yep. Both Motorola chips that actually talk on the bus roughly the same. So I thought that was kind of cool. I hadn't even heard of that project whatsoever. And it says dated from September of 85. So this is pre-Coco 3.
Yep.
Next up, a big thank you to Tim Lindner. I was hoping you'd still be on here so I could thank him in person for this. I've always been bugging people that the original Coco 1 style, now this one says Coco 2, and this was the early Coco 2s had this. The later Coco 2s, for cost reduction purposes, combined the regular color basic and extended basic manuals into one single manual, but they thinned it out. There's quite a bit of stuff missing. This here, Tim Lindner scanned this in and put it up as a PDF you can download from the Color Computer Archive, is the full. If you guys remember the history of the original color basic manuals from Tandy, when the Color Computer 1 was first released and first started going in sale in September of 1980, the manual wasn't fully ready yet, so they published the little shrunken version that only had the first 14 chapters. And then they later published the later one that added 3 more sections, including a section on assembly language and more advanced cassette file I/O and all kinds of stuff added to it. This is a scan of basically the equivalent of the Coco 1's original full version of the color basic getting started with manual. And basically the only thing they did here, the early Coco 2s just added Tell Your Steady Color Computer 2 on the cover. And that basically, other than that, it's exactly the same manual. A full 300-page version, not the reduced 170 or whatever it was. But that has never been on the archive before up until now. So big thank you to Tim. That was a lot of work to put all that together.
And they spelled color correctly on those too.
No, you didn't. But anyway. I would definitely recommend this. This is the ones I'm always talking about when I say that the TRS-80 Color Computer had the best best basic manuals for learning basic out of pretty well every home computer. This is the one that I'm basing that on. So if you guys have not seen this before, or you've only seen the combined Coco 2, later Coco 2 ones, a combined extended basic and regular basic into one manual, this is a lot more thorough. And I think a lot easier to use as a beginner as well. Next up, 8-Bits in the Basement hasn't been doing videos lately, so he has a video here explaining it. It's because he's been busy learning Coco assembly language. So he's been making a game that he had covered back in October-ish, I think, that he was doing an Atari 8-bit, programming a little video game. And he decided to try to port it over to his Coco 2. And he got, a few bits, and he shows a few little bits in here. He tried it both in low res and in P mode 4. And basic is just running way too slow for what he's trying to do. Now, there are some techniques he could have done to speed them up quite a bit, but it wouldn't have been as fast, even close to the Atari version. So he decided to start learning assembly language. So he's been getting help from some people like Mr. Dave 609. I don't know if he's still in the chat either, but he's definitely getting some help from him. And he's, the game's not done yet, but he's been learning. And, he does the same thing everybody else does. He goes off in his own way and then can't get it to work and then asks for some help. But it's actually coming along quite well. And I don't know if you guys remember the game from before, but I'll just play a little bit.
So I was using mobile phone to save out work. And then I have a huge appreciation for people who did this back in the 80s. Me, I change a thing on my PC, it's compiled, and I'm trying it.
You're talking about how much faster it is to cross-compile now than doing it on an EdTASM cart back in the day.
5 minutes to save it. It took a bit of time to compile it. And then you had to load it back in, and oh man, I can only imagine. But what I start to do.
Hey, right, you can see the background here. So basically, you're trying to collect these aliens while dodging through these moving walls that have this little hole opening that you have to kind of jump through without hitting the walls themselves. And joystick controlled. And he's got all that part working. He's got collision detection working on your player collecting the other alien thing. He doesn't have it checking for collisions with the moving walls yet, but he's progressed a fair bit of ways. He's never touched assembly language before in his life. And he hadn't even touched basic programming before he did his Atari 8-bit version of this, half a year or a year ago. So he's been learning programming from scratch. He's been a hardware guy all this time. He's never done programming. So lots of progress in a short amount of time. I'm kind of jealous. I didn't learn it this quick. And I look forward to the final game when it's released. Looks like fun. This is one I just stumbled on by accident last night. The YouTube channel Caraway. I don't know if that's really his name or if that's just a descriptive thing for his YouTube channel. But he put up an hour-plus long video here talking about working with BASIC for several different computers with completely different projects in each. So he covers a bit about using player missile graphics in the Atari 8-bits for both the first half hour. And then he kicks into the Coco and just does a very brief, here's another basic type thing. And he does some very simple, like, if then go tos and stuff. He doesn't do anything, too extravagant, but just showing how a different version of basic works. And he covers that for about 20 minutes. And then he goes into covering how to do graphics on, I think, a Sega Genesis on the tail end of it. So I won't play it here because we're a bit restricted on time here. But he says he's going to be doing some follow-ups on pretty well all of these at some point. So I left some comments for him too. And it sounds like he might be doing some basic tutorials type things as well. Next up is a YouTube short from Primal Bits 4777. I have no idea if that's somebody we know or not. But he's got a Coco 2 and he's gotten that the previous owner reported has some keyboard problems. So he's going to be doing a full video in the future. This is kind of a teaser for it, where he's going to try to fix the keyboard mylar. And there's two possible ways that he's going to do it. He's going to try both. So I'm just going to play the video since it's fairly short and kind of give you an idea what his upcoming video will be about. If it plays. Oh, that didn't work. What the heck? And now it's not. Yeah, now I can't hear it. And yeah, I can't control the volume on stupid YouTube Shorts. Okay, I'll just tell you what happened. So basically, he's going to try a conductive pen first because he's pretty sure it's the Mylar connections that are wore off in spots, and that's why the keyboard's not working. So he's going to try that, but he also ordered a replacement Mylar. Now, it's not one of Rick's with actual key switches and stuff. It's just a straight Mylar replacement, and it's not from somebody I recognized, which I guess I can play. So he does eventually show it here. YouTube, you suck. I if I didn't have to play shorts, I never would. I hate these things.
Well, I finally picked up a TRS-80 color computer too.
It's just low, but I can hear it.
A little bit of experimentation with.
Yeah, I mean, on a regular YouTube video, you can adjust the volume. Here, forget it. You can mute it or not. That's it.
You can't stop it. You can't back up. You can't.
Yeah, it's just dumb. Why did people use this format? It sucks. Here's my rant for the day. So there's the Mylar. So is this one you recognize, Rick? Like it says RF something there, but I don't know.
No, but interesting.
So I don't know who made this or who's producing it. So kind of curious. Anyway, he's going to try the conductive pen first to see if that's enough. Now, from what I've heard, people have done that. It does work, but it generally tends to wear off
for a hot minute.
Well, no, I've heard some people actually get it going for a year or two, but then you have to redo it.
Well, the thing is, the actual traces are peeling off the Mylar. Tandy couldn't make them stick, so just a pen is just a short-term fix. You know, that was the whole problem.
Now, I will give a full plug for Rick's Computer Connect, spelt oddly, website where you can actually order his key fix line of products for the various different Coco keyboard arrangements for Coco 1s, 2s, and 3s, which actually put in mechanical switches. So it's almost like an Ed Snyder style keyboard, but you get to use your original Coco keys and stuff, yellowed and all, like you can see here. That actually works quite well. And it even has the option of switching a little switch you can add to it that will switch the up and down arrow keys to become alt to control on a Coco 3 keyboard. So you can play the games designed for two hands properly on a Coco 3. So
I have one. It's great.
Yep, I have one too. And ditto. Okay, next up, Bolling Holt. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Now we've covered some of his stuff before. He's a guy that is trying to recreate his original childhood Coco system setup. So the first thing he got was a DMP 133 printer, which is not quite the same one he had, but it's the closest he could find. And what he does here on this next part is he gets a direct connect modem pack and hooks it up, and he actually does dial in to a real BBS, and he's got now this is something I did not realize. I never had a DCM modem pack. I had an R32 pack back in the day, but it had a built-in terminal program which actually supported xmodem. Bonus points there because it would work in pretty well any BBS. You could upload and download files. What I didn't know is that it actually had an option for lowercase if you have a true lowercase Coco, and the DC modem pack came out way before the Coco 3. So they were kind of advertising the T1 VDG, or maybe this is based on the term program that was on the Deluxe Coco, the final version of it that never got released. I'm not sure, but I will show you a little bit.
Interesting use of a knick-knack shelf.
Yeah, for Macs.
Yeah, it's the Mac attack.
So he's executing the modem pack. So 1985 is when the software for this was written.
And you check your communications parameters here, and most everything is right. When I was a kid, I could still download things, and I would switch over to xmodem, but we're not going to be doing anything like that. You can load and save things for uploading and downloading to the cassette. I do not have the cassette hooked up right now, and again, we're not downloading anything, so I'm not worried about it. I'm going to turn on true lowercase characters just because, well, I can.
And I never knew it had this
Then
option.
We're going to go out to the terminal screen by pressing escape.
And it has a separate uppercase only for what you transmit. That's interesting.
Now notice here, he's in the terminal program proper now, not the setup menu. Notice the blinking blue cursor. Do you remember from our Deluxe demo of the term program? Doing the exact same thing? I am wondering if when the Deluxe got canceled, they moved the terminal program over as the ROM on the DCM and left the lowercase in because they were planning on putting T1s in Coco 2s later.
Yeah.
Will it
That would be
hang up
cheap.
if you don't have a T1?
Well, you just wouldn't turn that on, or you just get straight up, or you get inverse video characters for lowercase.
Great reuse of a canceled project.
Connect on the
Yep.
modem itself, but
And then we do know they sold the keyboards.
and you have to dial
Right, sell everything.
the modem to which you,
You
want
got
to
it.
connect.
I wonder if there's any F1 or F2 prompts in there.
When you hear the modem answer on the other end, you push the button on the side of the modem.
Yeah, this didn't have actually an auto dialer. You had to dial it manually, then press the button to connect the call.
Yes, it was not.
Oh,
Let's hear it.
There you
It was
go.
not originate answer. You had to go plump.
Hanging up the phone.
that was an interesting
Carrier
carrier
detect
tone.
light
What was,
is
I
on
haven't
the
heard that
modem
one
right
in a
now, which means we
Yeah,
have
300 baud.
300 baud, not bits per second, baud.
Yeah, no, I'm familiar with 300 baud. I just haven't heard it in forever.
Right.
Like since I was about 8.
That's 9600 now.
That
We
that's
love
a
these-
problem on the end of the BBS he's calling. Apparently doesn't know 300 baud existed. 'Cause it's
Right,
too
right.
new.
It doesn't exist to me. This was great on CompuServe because they charged more if you went
Two.
Yeah.
I'm going to
and over
hit standard
300 bits.
ASCII.
And conferences you couldn't type at that speed. So
But I remember 300 baud just like yesterday. Like this is how my first year and a half of modeming was,
The Baja California.
except no lowercase.
The sysop is a man named John Polka.
Strangely enough, I didn't discover BBSs until I was in my first year of college in 1990.
And anyway,
But I
I'm
was
not
still
going to
using
sit here
old
and
tech.
make
I was
you
using a 1200 baud
watch the painfully
modem
slow
to dial in.
300 baud connection. Let me just show you what the modem looks like when we do this.
Hey, the reason I want to show this, in a few reasons actually. One, first of all, he's dialing a real dial-up BBS. This is not telnetting in. He's actually dialing and
it's on a
coming
phone.
in, and you get to hit there. You get to hear those suave tones of a 300 baud connection handshake going on type thing, and the fact that the DCM modem pack had true lowercase built into its menuing system. I think most of us that had DCM modem packs, I did not, but I know almost everybody I knew that bought one knew that it has a 6551 chip inside. So most people hacked out the ROM and then just connected everything up properly so you could just run it as an R32 pack at 19.2.
Right.
And it was super cheap, like the DCM modem packs at the end, because people, even by 87, 88, 300 baud was almost unused. You were basically up at 12 or 24 by that point. So people were not going to buy a 300 baud only modem, right?
At the
So
time,
Radio Shack was selling these for like $4.95.
yes,
And they were selling the R32 pack at the same time for like $89.
Right,
and it
right.
has
It
an
was
R32 pack built into it. So you buy a $5 thing, rip the ROM out, do a couple of wire snips, and voila, you got an R32 pack for like 1/12 the price or something.
Wow.
Exactly.
So I mentioned the comment to him. He hasn't responded to it yet, but basically I said most people that bought this, later in the Coco's life bought it for dirt cheap, and they made it into an R32 pack, and suddenly you had like a 19,200 baud R32 pack, or you could even run a 1,200 baud serial mouse on it under OS9 and actually run it as a mouse controller. So that was the other reason I want to show it. One was the dial up, and two is the fact the lowercase, and third, just the story behind the fact that a lot of people did end up buying these because it was basically a free, almost free R32 pack.
This was one of my favorite upgrades because there was actually a saw cut to take off part of the motherboard to make room.
Yeah,
for
that's
the-
right. I forgot about that. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you can cut the
rid of
piece out.
the transformer and all that stuff and make room for your level converters. Yeah.
Yeah.
How many of anybody here has gone online 300 baud with the traditional, green and black, no lowercase?
Yeah, that was
that's all I had for the first time in years.
I mean, it's very hard to read, except if you use it a lot, then you get used to it.
I didn't find that hard to read. I usually told the BBS I was on, like, just do lowercase. Don't bother with the lowercase, because then I just get inverted characters. That's a bit hard.
Right.
But I would
And
just
you
say,
could-
screw it.
When
And
you
you could
see
sit-
this, it's like nice, real.
Well, like the program here had two lowercase options. There was one for what you sent and received and what you saw on screen.
Yeah.
On two separate, and if you just went with uppercase always and no word wrap, 32 columns was usable. For conferences, typing, talking to people, it was usable. And
you got to
that's
remember
what I
too, like
did.
in the early 80s when this was out, there were other computers that had even less room on the text on the screen than we did. Like the VIC-20 had 22 characters across or something?
Right, something like that.
So the BBSs were written like you could actually, some of them you could actually specify how wide is your screen, how tall is your screen. It would adjust all of its menu system based on that. So it fit perfectly. It's only when ANSI really became a standard that everybody started requiring 80 column by 24.
And more importantly, everyone used short words back in the day. You know, you did not say initialization, you said start, because that fit on the screen. You know, it was just that was the way it was done, so it worked. You couldn't do it today because everyone likes long words. And, you know.
Yeah. Anyway, I seriously, I wish Mark was still on the call for this, but I seriously think the ROM terminal software here is the Deluxe's probably just patched a bit. So I'm gonna have to figure out how to get into the menuing system on the current ROM, if it's even in there. I don't know how complete the terminal program is currently, but yeah, the true lowercase kind of is giving away, and that flashing blue cursor to indicate you're in the terminal program and not in BASIC.
And yeah,
kind of hints at it. And we got a couple of bits from the Dragon side of things. So Julian Brown has posted an upgrade to his Dragon project, and here's working on a redesign of the PAL board. And this is in the Dragon group on Facebook. And I'll just quote his thing here. He's got some pictures here for the audio listeners. Working on revision 3 of the Dragon PAL daughter board. Having been kept awake by this last night, I've decided to rework the PAL board a little to reduce path lengths and reduce proximity of digital and analog signals on the board even further. Plus an extra dose of decoupling capacitors from 6847, the VDG chip. There's still the option of building the same board with the original PDIP chips, and it really doesn't change the size of the board. And I know what that version works because he was having some problems with the latest revision where it wasn't working properly anymore. So ongoing for his new upgraded Super Dragon, it's still progressing. And the last one here, there's another competition, like we talked about the 10-liner basic competition before. There's also the demo. This is much bigger in Europe than it ever was in North America. The demo scene, where you create, machine language demos to show off the hardware of a machine. And this guy, I'm not sure how to pronounce this, Tobak, is working on a Dragon 32 entry for this year's 2024 competition. And there's a little graphics demo, which is just an intro to a larger demo he's working on. It's called Munch My Bricks, and it's a 64-byte. That's bytes, not K. Semi-language little routine that's doing some semi-graphic stuff just to look a little bit cool as an intro. And I'll play it because it's only 30 seconds. And this should work in the Coco just fine, too. It's the exact same screen, the exact same mapping. But you can kind of see some, semi-graphics colors are kind of rippling across. Not too impressive so far, but that's just the intro. So I'd like to see what the rest of the demo looks like. And I know Simon's been involved with these before, too. It's as well as a lot of Europeans on Speckies and Amstrads and C64s and VIC-20s and Apple IIs and everything else. But for some reason in North America, the demo scene never really took off. And I know Nick and I always joke it's because we were getting real work done. But that might just be our egos a bit there. I don't know. And that is the news for this week.
What? All right. Anything else we need to go over?
I don't think so.
Okay.
This concludes another episode of the CoCoNation, the world's leading live interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things the CoCoNation, visit us on the web at thecoconation.com. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to show@thecoconation.com. The CoCoNation show would not exist without the community and its cast and crew. The CoCoNation theme song, copyright 2022, D. Bruce Moore. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. The CoCoNation is over. Join us on the Coco Discord server.
Coco forever.
Roger Taylor told me he's got something from Steve Bjork's collection.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Maybe we'll have to get him on the show if you can. See if we
Yeah,
can.
I
share.
asked him. I don't know.
He
if
doesn't
he's
like coming
chicken
on
or
here.
what.
So anyway, just a brief mention. We are planning on releasing the version of MAME that will handle the Deluxe color computer shortly, and we're going to keep working on the disassembly and the ROM calls and basic keywords and stuff added in, and creating documentation for that, so you guys can get a chance to play with it, and hopefully not too far in the future.
Is that branch publicly forkable?
That's up to Tim. I haven't been involved with the MAME side of things at all. I'm just helping with the disassembly.
All right.
So Discord, the Deluxe Coco area has that information when it comes up.
It will once we have it available. I think we want to try to document a few other things first before. Plus, Tim's not fully emulating everything on the Deluxe Coco yet. Like that phase shift thing, we don't even really know how that's supposed to look yet because Brian hasn't been able to keep it running stably enough. He actually had a pretty good run today. We probably should have tried it again.
Right.
But he's also not sure if the video circuitry is working right, so it'll even show up properly at this point. So, there's a few other things we got to try to fiddle with and change.
How many total machines are in
I know of 3. I think Boise's got 2 Deluxes, and those were from, I think, John Prickett, and I can't remember who else, but Tandy people. And then the one that Robert Kilkus had, that's the only 3 I know of.
There's 3.
Yeah. And then from what Marcus told me, only 12 or 13 were produced as that early of a prototype to send out to developers. And another thing I was going to ask Mark, except he ended up leaving, was how much software was actually done? You sent it to all these developers to work on stuff, and obviously OS 9, I've actually seen copies of the code that actually use some of the new features, but what other software was being developed and what other stuff that developers already gotten kind of ready? If they were ready to go on sale like within a week, as Mark said, I'm assuming some launch software should have been ready. So what would have been available besides BASIC and OS 9? Like, was there games using some of this stuff? I'm really curious as to what might have been ready, and maybe talk to those people and see if they still have stuff. Hey, that's it.
Okay. Well, next weekend, virtual CoCoFEST.
Yep. Are we still having the show at the regular time too, and the stuff's going around it, or how are we working that? You muted, Mark.
Yeah.
Actually, his mic is broke.
Yeah, I think your mic, there's a cable problem or something because you're cutting in and out, like not lag, but like cut with noise.
Oh, you got it too?
His cat got his mic.
Where's a battlefish when you need one?
He took care of the cable. It's on your mic itself. It's actually crooked. It's actually crooked going into the mic. The XLR cable is.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, that's my camera mic. No, my mic's working fine. Just the soundboard doesn't seem to be sending it to the computer.
Ooh.
So, anyway, yeah, like I said, I only have like 6 people so far, so I'll make sure I work around, the CoCoNation house. We'll either do it earlier or do it on Sunday instead. No show this week.
What do you think he said?
I think he said,
sure.
Let's block out some time for it, and we'll just put people in. Yeah.
No, I think your Zoom client is slightly borked.
Something's borked.
Yeah.
You're.
Actually, several of you guys were really broke up staticky today, so I wonder which end it's on.
It's the sun.
Right. Well, good thing we're at the end of it. All right.
Yeah. All right.
Large sunspots out there.
So let's push the button.
Yeah. We'll see you all next week.
Bye.
Later, folks.
Bye.
Bye-bye.